Good afternoon and welcome to Vojens Motorsport Arena for the Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix for 2024. Vojens Motorsport Arena has been a beacon within Danish karting for the last 6 decades and continues to provide us with great racing action every single year, as we have a great amount of competitors here this weekend in Denmark, just around about an hour and a quarter away from Billund International Airport and about an hour away from the home of Lego. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your official commentator for this weekend, and what a weekend it's been so far. Despite the fact weather not being on our side yesterday, quite a deluge of rain, but pretty much since this morning, early doors when I got up at about 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning, we have had plentiful sunshine. We've got great temperatures. The gantry is filling up in the main building just off of the wonderful P1 Bistro, but we are set and ready to see who will become our respective champions in Pre-89, Pre-95, Pre-2000, Pre2000plus, and for those rotary-powered drivers, the Formula A trophy. And there you see, picture in picture, there is the building that was completed at some point within the last 24 months, way before we saw that site on the circuit last year. And with temperature set to hit around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius at its highest here in Vojens, it really is going to be a spectacular cavalcade. We've also got some demonstration runs from karts from the early 60s, late 60s and beyond, but they're front and center on your screens. We're getting ready for the first qualifying heat of the weekend, and great to see so many people. Hayley Scory, of course, cheering on Joe, who is the only Brit on the grid this weekend. Kate Sayre wishing wishing her brother all the very best of luck. Jill Oakes saying good luck, Joe Scory. So I know that probably quite a few of the people from F100 UK run by Jay Fairbrass. So hello to everyone at Spirit of the 90s, the F100 crew out there in the United Kingdom. We need to get a few more of you over here next season for the 2025 running. It'd be great to have you with us. And I know that it did pique the interest of a certain Jade Goodwin at one point. But we will have 3 respective qualifying heats for Pre-2000, which will be intermingled with Pre-2000plus. Yeah, thank you very much, Kate. Joe is your brother. No, thanks a lot for that, Kate. Very much appreciate it. So feel free to interact on the official Vojens YouTube, Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. We have got some really wonderful content. Myself and Jesper Carlson have been around the paddock yesterday interviewing quite a few people. And it's really been a wonderful opportunity to come back here. From my side, a big thank you to event organizer Robert Schlunzen, who is a multi-time CKR 100 European Grand Prix champion, including last year, which is on the same machinery that he is currently racing in, the number 22 Birolot that you see on the left-hand side of your screens. And you've got likes of Jonas Villadsen alongside. We've also got a 3-time FIA karting world champion on the grid this weekend, Lorenzo Travisanutto, who is a works driver with the Parallel factory team, but has also showcased his skills on a... what number is Joe, asks Kate. Joe is 171. The good thing is, funnily enough, for those that don't know Joe, Joe's actually based Norwich way, which is about an hour and a half from where I live. And his buddy that's come over with him lives in East Bergholt, so it's quite small how the motorsport world really is, especially when you come to 100cc karting. We've got representation from a multitude of different nations, Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, Germany, United Kingdom, Sweden, and quite a few others as well. And it's really, really great to see. We've got around the same amount of competitors as we had last year. Robert Schlunzen taking the Joe Pizarro pole position award earlier on today with a lap time of a 58.785, pipping Lorenzo Travisanutto, who up until the point when the number 22 got out on track, did a 59.0, and then it was about the best part of... And Hayley, I do have to give you an admirable shout-out. Thank you so much for giving Joe the opportunity to go out. And he's told me exactly what he's going to be doing as soon as he flies back home and comes back to you in the little one. So Yeah, we've got 3 qualifying heats, so is Annabelle cheering, says Kate. Brilliant to have you all with us. So if what we'll do is we are just going to get underway with the first heat of the weekend. So let's take you through the grid for the opening heat of the 2024 Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix. It's going to be Pre2000 and Pre2000plus qualifying heat groups A versus C. So you've got Robert Schlunzen and Jonas Villersen alongside on the front row. Then we've got Lasse Rolligheid and Engström Christensen on row number 2. Kasper Stolzer and Alden Larsen rounding out row 3. And we've got numbers 77 and 14. That'll be Lasse Jensen and Nick Madsen. Mark Risser in the number 85 rounds the inside of row number 5. And we'll be joined by the number 48 of Denmark's Allan Hansen. And we've got... it looks like Tobias Klangries in the 84, also representing Germany. And then Jesper Killestrup Egerbart on the 131 Dino, rounding out the 6th row of the grid. Then we've got Dear Schilling, the teammate at Team Brask for Lorenzo Travisanutto. And then the number 52, which will be Martin Hansen on the Tony kart. Then we head over back to, well, we've got 2 Dutchmen in this one. David Westerberger from the Netherlands. And we've also got Torben Koch on the number 59 Tony kart. Adding along with that, you've got the number 42 kart, which is piloted by Tommy Nielsen from Denmark. Then Jeff de Klerk, Henrik Hager, and then also at the back end of the grid, on the Techno SS22, Magnus Danisborg. So, Schlunzen and Villersen on the front row of the grid as they come through the final part of the complex here at this 1.4 kilometre circuit. So, 8 minutes on the timer here for Pre2000 qualifying heats A versus C. Revs are eyes, lights are out. Are they out? We have got an underway, and Schlunzen already darts in front of Villersen as they head into turns 1 and 2 on the opening tour. So these karts are going to be very, very rapid. They're going to go into this banked right-hander here at 3. And then it's the infield section. Schlunzen already pulling a 2 to 3 kart length lead over Villersen. As the number 80 and the 48 go into battle. So into the far part of the circuit, now into this wonderful right-hand hairpin, and then it's going to be powering out of the right-hander there, and then it's going to be flat on the throttle. And then into the next left-hand hairpin, so you've got literally 3 back-to-back hairpins, and then you are literally on the power. By the time you come through the final corner, Robert Schlunzen has pulled away from Villersen quite significantly, Jonas Villersen. In the number 15, gap between them is 0.733 of a second. I see Rolligheid rounds out the top 3. And then it's the number 80 of Martin Engström Christensen. Dive, move up the inside. That is the 157 of Larsen. Alden Larsen from Norway. And has got through on Killestrup Egerbart. That will have been for 7th place on the road. Oh, bit of a moment there by one of the drivers a little bit further back. So 6 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. And dive bombs aplenty into the first of multiple hairpins around the circuit here at Vojens. Robert Schlunzen starting to eke out that gap over Jonas Villersen. And it's getting a little bit closer behind between 3rd and 4th place. As their line astern. So at the moment, Schlunzen leads. Villersen over a second behind Rolligheid, rounding out the top 3. Then Engström Christensen, exactly where he started, 4th place. As there's the number 7 of Schilling from Denmark. Trying to catch the eyes of the number behind. I think that might have been the number 89, possibly, or 59. Well, that just went out of shot, so it didn't really clap eyes on it. Again, each of these Pre2000 and Pre2000plus drivers will be competing in 2 successive heats. And Robert Schlunzen has the fastest lap of the race so far, 59.355. And we still have just 5 minutes to go on the timer, and Schlunzen now has a lead of 1.5 seconds and is starting to cruise off into the distance. As close as the person that who's now actually helping out Lorenzo Travisanutto is Sandro Mara, who finished 3rd last year. Gave Schlunzen a bit of a fright in the final. But also picks up not just 3rd in Pre2000, but also picks up the win in the Formula A trophy for rotary-powered karts. So with 4 minutes and 20 still to go on the timer, Schlunzen leads after the opening 3 laps by 1.5 seconds over Jonas Villeton, Lasse Røregaard in 3rd, Michael Engström Christensen, Alan Hansen, Alden Larsen, Jesper Kilsrud Egerbard. And then we've also got Lasse Jensen, Deer Schilling, and Kasper Stolzer rounding out the top 10. Schlunzen now leads by nearly 1.9 seconds as he fires it through the 90 right at turn 2. And then we still have most of the drivers running around the circuit at the moment. Jonas Villeton not really having an answer for Robert Schlunzen, who has been trying to get himself match fit for putting himself through the arduous task of going into a Porsche a little bit later on this season. Oh, nice move up the inside there on the 131. That was Jesper Kilsrud Egerbard being dive-bombed by Deer Schilling, the teammate of Lorenzo Travisanutto. Really good to see Team Brask in full effect here. Also Jesper Karlsson, a former member of said outfit. But Schlunzen seems to be keeping things under control nice and easily. This circuit also is the home of the team that he actually runs in international competitions, årets competition. And I've got to know Robert over the last few years, and the Birol art that he runs on is the one that he actually used in the late 90s. And was sitting dormant for 2 decades. Battle here for 8th, 9th and 10th. So Deer Schilling is ahead of Jesper Kilsrud Egerbard and Alden Larsen. So that is 7th, 8th and, well, it's according to the timing that I'm seeing, 7th, 8th and 9th, because I'm not too sure. Well, Lasse Jensen is showing as 7th. But we're coming down to the final 2.5 minutes on the timer. And good to see Ulrich de Cruz saying, I remember going to one of Joe's first races nearly 30 years ago. God, crikey. Now I feel like a young pup now you saying that. Thank you very much for that, Ulrich. But the timetable is going to be quite compacted. We've got plenty of races. We've also got some show runs. The first one at 1:45 p.m. local time. So it's good to have them all with us. A bit further back, battle between the number 4. Oh, the number 77 has gone round at turn 2. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Lasse Jensen from Denmark has just spun it around. It may have been unassisted, but there will be yellow flags, yellow digital flags at turn 2. Meantime, Mark Risser closing in on Tom Kleinries, Mark Risser, one of the usual combatants in the GKC 100, the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100. So Mark is just some of the German brigade that have made the travel north up here to Vojens. We're coming down to the final minute, and Schlunzen again puts in another good lap as, Engström Christensen really motoring forward and trying to get close to and try and pass Jonas Villeton for second place on the road. They go into the bank right-hander here at turn 3. Now into the first part of the infield section. Villeton has the legs on the number 80 at the moment, and up the inside, through into the next left-hander, tries to go Engström Christensen, but can't get through. Could be towards the latter part of the circuit, but he might have that opportunity to get past. Now, when we get into the hairpin sections, it's going to be who's going to be braver on the brakes. Is it going to be Engström Christensen? Will it be Vladsen? We're going to find out very, very shortly. There's a little bit further back. I think Deer Schilling and one of the other drivers might be embroiled in a little bit of a battle, but coming down to count down the time here at Pre-2000 qualifying Heat 1, A versus C. So, last lap underway for Robert Schlunsen. Jonas Villesen has managed to pull a gap slightly to the tune of 4.5 tenths of a second over Michael Engström Christensen. And Deer Schilling now up into P6, having got past the number 14 of Madsen. But Schlunsen has calmly got on with the business at hand. Of course, we are going to see some other drivers compete in the next few heats coming up. Dear me. Now I find out how old Joe is, Joe Scory. But it is going to be down to the case of one driver that's going to take the checkered flag after the opening heat has been completed. And that driver is the number 22. Robert Schlunsen wins the opening heat of the weekend for qualifying heat 8, A versus C. Jonas Villesen and Michael Engström Christensen round out the top 3. Lasse Rodekaid and Alan Hansen round out the top 5. Ahead of Deer Schilling, Nick Madsen. It looks like there might be a couple of amendments if there have been any penalties issued post-race. Straight after the finish, they will dive into the entrance into pit lane and park for May as the last few drivers come across the line. So they go onto the weighbridge. Park for May checks will be carried out, but Robert Schlunsen draws first blood here in Vojens at the opening Pre-2000 qualifying heat. 1A versus C, and takes the win by 1 3/4 seconds ahead of Jonas Villesen, Michael Engström Christensen, Lasse Rodekaid, Alan Hansen, Deer Schilling, Nick Madsen showing 7th across the line. According to the time, he dropped to 9th, so may have had a post-race penalty. Jesper Kilster Egerbart, Alden Larsen, Tom Kleingries, Mark Risser, they round out the top 11 ahead of David Weziberger, Jeff de Klerk. Then we've got Tobin Koch, Tommy Nielsen, Henry de Kaga, Lasse Jensen, who had that spin at turn 2. Kasper Stolzer rounding out the top 18 ahead of Martin Hansen and Magnus Dannensborg. So now we go from Pre-2000 and Pre2000plus to Pre-89. Very exciting qualifying session earlier on today. It was very, very close between the top 3. So we'll have 17 runners and riders in this one. Jürgen Schauber from Germany was the quickest out there by next to nothing, ahead of Jan van Handel from the Netherlands, with Germany also rounding out 3rd in qualifying, thanks to the number 67 of Thomas Franz. Then Tommy Jespersen was very much in the mix in the number 30. But we have in Pre-89, we have representation from Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark. We also have France represented as well, especially by one particular driver that actually raced at this circuit quite a long time ago and is rekindling days of yore. We also have Sweden represented. But yeah, so we now will be waiting for these drivers, of course, with these karts. As you can see, in comparison with the Pre-2000s, no front bumpers, no front Nassaus, no side pods, just a lot of metal. And sometimes simplicity is very, very good indeed, and that's what we're going to see here. For those watching on the Vojens Motorsport YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us. If you have not already, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Of course, for future editions of the Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix, this as well will be not only posting all the races and also the live broadcast on race day, but also the content that we are able to gather over the course of the days leading up to race day. And it's still just coming up to 1:15 in the afternoon. Very, very sunny indeed. So let's take you through the grid for Pre-89 Heat 1. So Jürgen Schauber from Germany will start on pole position in the number 12. And alongside on the front row, the Flying Dutchman, the 84 of Jan van Handel. Thomas Frans in the 67 and Tommy Jespersen in the number 30, round out row 2. Yvering Nielsen and Kjeld Christiansen in the 25 and the 107, round out row number 3. With Heinz Gockel in the number 27 and Michael Weinreich in the number 2, rounding out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10 from Germany in the 102, Thomas Kracht, and from Denmark in the number 41, Torben Larsen. Christian Helmer Pedersen in the 31, Jean-Marc Malizieux from France in the number 59, Guy Lagarde in the 95, Peter Liaros in the 96, Ole Olsen in the number 90, Bertolt Bermel in the number 100, and Hans Hansen in the number 10, round out the 17-strong grid. Ole Olsen, very much a character, helicopter engineer by trade, but these days spending a lot of love and affection on what we like to call the Sunshine Queen, and that is his late 1980s DAP Greyhound, which has a wonderful attention to detail, especially the tillet seat that he's got in that, which is actually lined with fabric as opposed to it being a bare plastic composite sort of a surround. And in the interview with Jesper Karlsson that we posted on social media the other day, he said, well, as you get older, you need to feel a little bit more comfortable. And the thing is that cart's seat, inner seat lining is completely pristine. Doesn't let a mark of muck get on that whatsoever. So a couple of stragglers at the rear as the field will start to concertina here at Vojens for Pre-89 Heat 1. So it's going to be another tour around, so race starts are not happy. So we're going to go round for another tour. So all of the heats will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap. The pre-finals for Pre-89 will be 10 minutes, so plus 1 lap. So will be the pre-final for Pre-95. Pre-2000, 12 minutes plus an additional lap. And then the finals, 89 and 95, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. 2000 and 2000 plus, 15 minutes plus an additional lap. So with the drivers now being told they need to go around again, it's going to be a case of just reset, refocus, and hope that everything goes to plan. So the drivers coming through into the coming out of the penultimate hairpin here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. So Jürgen Schauber and Jan van Handel on the front row of the grid here in Pre-89 Heat number 1. Revs rise. This time we go racing. And it's a good start by Schauber, who keeps the inside line. Frans looking up the inside on Van Handel through into turn 1. Too wide, a little bit further back. And the majority of the field. And a very, very good start as, oh, that's going to be a dive bomb up the inside. through for second place at turn 3. And the driver that Jan van Handel retook second position, having been overtaken by Thomas Frans in the early stages of the race. As a few more drivers starting to get through. The number 27 of Heinz Gockel is slowing quite significantly, but it's Jürgen Schauber who leads the way into the far part of the circuit. And there's a very deceptive bump or jump here. Of course, the circuit tarmac, you might say, might need a little bit of resurfacing. Well, here at CKR, we think it's got character. But Jürgen Schauber leading the way. Quite an initial opening gap on the first lap here by the number 12 from Germany. And comes across the line after the opening lap with a lead of just over a second over Van Handel. Jespersen, Frans, Lausen, Ring Nielsen, Christiansen ran at the top 7. Christian Helmut Pedersen, Jean-Marc Malisieux in 9th, ahead of Michael Weinreich. As the 67 and the Tommy Jespersen cutting across the front of Thomas Frans, who's diving up the inside, then nearly interlock wheels. This is good old pre-89 side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel action. They've got nothing much between them. There's no Nassau panels, no front-clicking bumpers, no side pods. None of that for pre-89. But this is going to allow Jürgen Schauber to pull away into the distance a bit further up the road. And his lead after the opening lap was over a second. Well, whilst Jespersen and Frans have been battling away, and they continue to do so, coming through the final right-hander. Well, this means that Schauber has a lead of nearly 1.8 seconds over Van Handel. Jespersen now is 2.7 seconds back off of P2. Battle a little bit further back between, that is Uffe Ring Nielsen and Kjeld Christiansen. That is for 6th place. Not too far in front of them is Torben Lausen in the number 41. And it is the fact that Kjeld Christiansen is trying to get past Ring Nielsen. Ring Nielsen nearly gets a bit of a tank slapper coming out of turn number 4. But wonderful to see these karts in action, and also one of the trinkets, one of the most priceless artifacts I've seen in terms of retro day karting. I hate to say the word retro, but the golden age of karting. 1969, Birolart Parilla, owned by the Danish karting legend, who was also mentored to 9-time Le Mans winner and World Endurance Champion, Tom Christensen, Alan Husted. Met him earlier on this weekend, and it's still got the original patina on it. And he still races the thing. That's how much pride and passion goes into these glory days of karting. What's more, Jürgen Schauber has a lead of nearly 2.2 seconds over Jan van Handel. Side by side again between 6th and 7th, and that is Kjeld Christiansen through on Uffe Ring Nielsen for 6th place. So a very, very clean move by the 107 on the 25 through into the left-hander at turn number 4. Just a brief word to the wise to those people watching on the stream. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Over 40 people checking out the stream with us here on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. Any results called by myself are provisional, pending technical and sporting checks post-race. But Schauber doing a very, very good job. We're past the halfway point in this race. He's just completed another lap, so we're on to lap number 5. What's more, Jan van Handel from the Netherlands is only 1.8 seconds behind. There are still battles happening up and down the order. Olesen battling away with Guy Lagarde. That is going to be down for around 14th, so that's 90 against 95. And some good battling happening through turn 4 again. There are definitely some that have more than had their Weetabix this morning. So 3 minutes to go, and Jürgen Schauber still leads the way. It's going to be 5th lap being completed very, very shortly by the number 12 from Germany. However, I'm wondering, has Schober had a little bit of a drama or something? Because it might be the case that Jan van Handel is a lot closer. Yes, he is a little bit closer. 1:04.086. Jürgen Schober lost nearly half a second to Jan van Handel. So we are coming down to the final 2 minutes and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap of this opening Pre-89 first heat of the weekend. They'll have 2 heats plus a pre-final and a final. And further moves made by Kjeld Christiansen, who in the meantime, having got past initially Uffering Nielsen, has got through on Torben Lausen in the number 41. So Kjeld Christiansen making some good progress and moving up to 5th place. But we're coming down to the... and Schober is being closed in on hand over fist. Jan van Handel is right with him. We've had one go off at the penultimate hairpin. It was 1.2 seconds. It's now just over 2.5 tenths. Jan van Handel is flying right now and is looking for the opportunity to get past Jürgen Schober. Up the inside, he dives through at turn 3. And the Dutchman can't make the move stick. But well tried. And great defense there by Jürgen Schober. In the meantime, Jan van Handel has the new fastest lap of the race. 1:03.071. So very, very close between the top two. Of course, Meerbach Pedersen moving up to Pre-95 this year after having taken the crown last August. But Jan van Handel is swarming all over the back of Jürgen Schober for the race lead in this opening heat, and through the final hairpin, he's right with him. Schober goes defensive into the final right-hander, but can Van Handel get the slipstream down the start-finish straight? We're about to find out on the run down to turns 1 and 2. Cart length between them. Van Handel might start teeing it up. He carries the momentum through at turns 1 and 2. Is he going to look for the move into 3? He's going to dive up the inside. And Van Handel, he gets snap on understeer. And back straight through goes Jürgen Schober. Incredible battle. That's really, really intensified over the last couple of laps. Because Schober having a couple of drivers of his own, maybe a couple of off tracks, which meant a 1.7 second lead with the last lap underway, as now this is going to be the final opportunity for Jan van Handel to get through on Jürgen Schober for the race lead, and also what would be the victory in Heat 1. And he's going to dive up the inside through the penultimate hairpin, and they're wheel-to-wheel into the final right-hand hairpin. But Van Handel, I think, has made the move. Yes, Van Handel's got it. Van Handel's got the move on Schober out of the final corner. It's going to be the run to the line. And after leading it for most of the way, it's not Jürgen Schober, it's going to be Jan van Handel from the Netherlands that wins the Pre-89 opening heat of the weekend. Well, Pre2000 and Pre2000plus was, let's just take it easy. Pre-89 went, no, let's bring the fireworks like it's bonfire night. But Jan van Handel takes the win. And it was incredibly, incredibly close. Coming through the penultimate hairpin, Van Handel sent it up the inside, and they were literally wheel to wheel. And, well, there's Ole Ollison, I think, just going for a spin post checkered flag. But, yeah, Jan van Handel doing a really, really stellar job at that point. So we might actually have the checkered flag this time. Well, we did. So it may have just been the fact that the timer hit 0. And, well, Jan van Handel takes the win by 2 3/4 tenths of a second. Ahead of Jürgen Schober, Thomas Franz rounds out the top 3. But you have to give credit where credit was due that Jan van Handel just absolutely went for it. Schober gave him the opportunity, and Van Handel took complete unceremonious advantage of it and takes the win in the opening heat for Pre-89. So Van Andel wins ahead of Schauber. France with Tommy Jespersen finishing 4th ahead of Kjell Christiansen. Ufferding Nielsen in 6th ahead of Christian Helmer Pedersen, Thomas Kracht, Michael Weinreich and Peter Lieros from Sweden, who made it up to 10th by the flag. Bertolt Belmo, the number 100, finished 11th ahead of Hans Hansen. Just waiting for some other drivers still to come across the line. Looks like we're going to have Guy Lagarde rounding out the top 13. A few drivers didn't make it to the end of the race, but we would have had the likes of Guy Lagarde crossing the line, then Ollie Ollison running in the number 90 DAP Greyhound, due to finish 14th ahead of Torben Lausen. Looks also like we've had dramas, well, Ollie Ollison, Torben Lausen, Jean-Marc Malisieux and Heinz Gockel rounding out the 17 strong. That's it for Pre-89 Heat 1. And then up next, we go to Pre-95 Heat 1 very shortly. Yeah. Especially with the fact that it comes... Oh, well, before we've even gotten started, someone's been pushed off the dummy grid and the kart has literally become non-compliant. But here is your starting grid for Pre-95, the opening heat of the weekend. Looks to be one of the Tony karts and, well, of course, the driver very much frustrated. Jimmy Fredlund Zipsen starts on pole position with Kasper Jeppesen alongside on the front row. Kim Stift Ibsen and Leif Sander Pedersen round out row number 2. Kim Engström and Giovanni Neri round out row 3. Mugens Makvad Internay rounds out 7th, head of Paul Larsen with Henrik Anbrink and Michael Edelhart rounding out the top 10. Sten Elka Ring, Ollie Andersen, Per Lankilde Lawson, Yannick Jorgensen and Mia Bach Pedersen round out the 15 strong. Mia did qualify a little bit higher, but there might have been a change post session. So looks like we're going to have 14 out of 15 starters in this one. Once again, 8 minutes, plus an additional lap of the 1,400 meter circuit here at Vojens. Wonderful part of Denmark, and of course, being based in the Essex countryside myself personally, always nice to come here to the Danish countryside, and also the fact that this is, you know, this circuit has charm, it has character, and 100cc racing very much entertaining as it always is. So there is one straggler at the back, but there is going to be a gap of where we just going to have a look. Not too sure who it is. However, they are going to send them around again. Race starter not happy with that, so the finger in the air saying, right, you're going round again. So one of the drivers, that is, right, so I just spotted Jimmy Fredlund Zipsen at the back end of the field. Should be on pole. So Jeppesen is going to pull it into pole position as, oh dearie me, how close do you want to chance it of trying to side your way through traffic? Well, Jimmy Fredlund Ibsen definitely obliged with that. So 14 out of 15 runners and riders. It looks to be towards the back end of the field that we have lost one of the karts earlier, which is coming into the hairpin section here at Vojens. So the driver's instructed to slow once again. They've got to be very, very careful with this race start. And then it's down to Fredslund Dipson and Jeppesen to control the pace on the front row. Rolling start, as it has been in karting for many, many a year, including modern day. And I'm wondering who it might be. Could have been, might have been Kim Stift Dipson that might have been the kart that broke down. However, we go into the tram lines. Revs do start to rise now, and they're underway. And a good start by, Fredslund Dipson looked like he was shot out of a cannon the minute he punched the throttle down. And leads the field in towards turns 3, and now into the infield. As I think there has been a move, possibly, let's see, Giovanni, 147. Henrik Ambrink up the inside of the number 40 of Michael Edelhart through turn 4. Giovanni Neri was looking rather racy behind Leif Sander Petersen in the number 32. There's the top 4 trying to start mounting a little bit of a breakaway, but Fredslund Dipson was shot out of a cannon off of the side of on the back and port side of a ship. The way just literally, as soon as they went, yep, we're going to start accelerating, and Fredslund Dipson just goes, yep, right, see you later, eat my dust. And he's got a lead, and it could be a comfortable one of at least half a second by the end of the opening lap. There is a time penalty going somebody's way, so it looks like the 3-second board has been handed out to somebody. I think, yes, it was Kipstift Dipson that did not take the start. However, Jimmy Fredslund Dipson has got a lead of nearly 9/10 of a second ahead of Kasper Jeppesen. Leif Saddam Pedersen, Giovanni Neri, and Henrik Ambrink round out the top 5. Kim Engström last year, who was the winner in Pre95, drops down to 6th place in between Ambrink and Edelhart. So 13 drivers took the start, rounded out by Yannick Jorgensen in the number 76. Kim Stift Dipson and Per Lenkilde Lausen not making the start, so that's a real shame for the pair of them. However, the battle between Jeppesen and Pedersen is very, very close indeed. A 10th and a half, and Pedersen sets the fastest lap of the race on lap 2, 61.455. And Saddam Pedersen closing in on Jeppesen, might dive to the inside if he's lucky through the next left-hander at 4. Decides against it. And if they start battling away, this could bring Sweden's Henrik Ambrink in the 147 alongside for close company. And also maybe even Giovanni Neri. So this is going to be rather interesting over the course of the next 5 minutes. Because as we saw in the opening race, Jürgen Schauber being closed in on by Jan van Andel from the Netherlands. And still the battle for second wages on. So, right, Jimmy Fredslund Dipson has got a 3-second time penalty, or a penalty, possibly for a start infringement, I would imagine. So that would put the number 100, well, that's put him 4th at the minute as things stand. That's even though you might see the timing saying that Jimmy Fredslund Dipson is leading the way, but Jimmy Fredslund Dipson could start making out a bigger gap, and if that does happen, well, it's 1.2 seconds. So the thing is, Fredslund Dipson needs to be another, what, probably 1.8 in front of Leif Saddam Pedersen to sort of discount the penalty. So also some good progress by Mia Bach-Pedersen in the number 4 Techno entry. She's moved up from towards the back end of the grid and is currently sitting in 9th behind Mogens Magvad Intanai. And, well, Mia's got a little bit of time to find. More to the point, about 4.1 seconds. So the thing is now is that, well, Jimmy Fredslund Dipson still showing on the front end, as showing as the leader in the race at the moment, ahead of Kasper Jeppesen. Leif Saddam Pedersen in 2nd. Well, let's put it this way: Jimmy Fredslund Dipson is leading on the road ahead of Kasper Jeppesen. Leif Saddam Pedersen, Giovanni Neri. Henrik Ambrink has just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:08.850. 16 thousandths by Fredslund Dipson. And Mia Pedersen, she's now moved past in Erkjaring and now has gotten up into 8th and is putting in personal bests after personal bests. We're now coming down to the last 1 minute and 50 seconds, still remaining on the timer. Well, the more important thing is Well, Kim Engström is now firing on all 100 cc's of displacement. There's Paul Larson going through turn 2 and into 3. But Kasper Jeppesen coming under close salvo fire from Leif Søren Pedersen. Just behind them, Giovanni Neri has the likes of Henrik Ambrink and Kim Engström for close company. So that won't be decided in a flash. That will be decided right at the death, to be honest with you. As there is a change through into the right-hander before the hairpin sections. Oh, we've had one spin around at the penultimate hairpin, and that could have been a back axle possibly seizing due to an engine issue. But with 48 seconds to go, as this is a bit dicey, trying to go around the outside. Leif Søren Pedersen, who was fractionally ahead of Kasper Jeppesen, and now he's going to try up the inside through turn 3. Gets the job done. Now this is bringing Henrik Ambrink into play, the 147. And this is a very, very close proximity battle between this trio. So it looks like we have had a couple of drivers fall a little bit by the wayside. Oh, dearie me, nearly into the next right-hander into the hairpin section. There's a couple of other drivers, and well, that'll be Ambrink versus Jeppesen, I believe. So 147 against 12. And that is for third place on the road, because Jimmy Fredslund Dipson has pulled away to a comfortable margin. And the final lap is underway. Here comes Ambrink looking towards the inside of Jeppesen into turn 1. Dives up the inside, gets through, neat and tidy. And still this battle wages on. Whilst this is all happening, Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen has a 4.2 second advantage ahead of Leif Søren Pedersen. Now it's Henrik Ambrink in P3, sorry. But we're coming down into the final few moments of the race. Giovanni Neri out on lap 7. Looks like Yannick Jorgensen has also retired in the number 76. But it is going to be out of the final corner. Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen gets the checkered and wins the race after 9 laps. Second, it's Leif Søren Pedersen. Henrik Ambrink takes third. Kasper Jeppesen and Kim Engström round out the top 5. Paul Larsen, Mia Bach-Pedersen. Great work by the young lady in the number 4. She's moved from the back end of the grid to finish 7th after those laps. We're just waiting for a couple of other drivers still to cross the line to take the checkered flag. So, Steen Elkjaring in 8th. And I think we're also just waiting for Ole Andersen in the number 61 and Yannick Jorgensen. So, across the line, Ole Andersen takes 9th. And just waiting to see. There's going to be a little bit of clear up operation, I'm sure. We haven't seen Yannick Jorgensen come through. Oh, there is Yannick Jorgensen. Rounds out the top 10. Giovanni Neri out on lap 6, there by 11th. Magnus Magfard Intanai in 12th, ahead of Michael Edelhart, who was out after the opening couple of laps. Unfortunately, Kim Stift Ibsen and Per Lenkil de Lausen, unfortunately, not even making it to the start. Well, what we're going to do for the folks here at the circuit and for you folks at home, I'm going to take a little bit of a breather, because what we want to do is give you some classic kart race 100cc ASMR, because we've got our first show run on the live stream coming up very, very shortly. Now we head to Pre2000 qualifying heat 2, groups B versus C. Let's take you through the starting grid. On the front row, it's Lorenzo Travisanutto and Jonas Vilhelmsen. Then behind them, Jan Oliver Nielsen and Michael Engström Christensen on row 2. Row 3, representing Germany and Norway, Enrico Gafke in the number 17 and the 157 of Alden Larsen. Tina Bang Jorgensen, the daughter of Finn Jorgensen, the creator of Dino Kart, over 6 decades ago. She lines up on the inside of row number 4 with Nick Madsen in the number 14 alongside. And it's time, you Brits, cheering on for Joe Scory. Your man's in 9th on the inside of row number 5, and joining him to complete the top 10 is the number 48 from Denmark, Allan Hansen. 47 of Michael Juncker, 11th, head of Jesper Kilstrup Egerbart in the 131. Alexander Materna, one of the GKC 100 brigade that venture here to Vojens, starts 13th with Martin Hansen in the number 52 alongside on row 7. Angelo Jorda and Torben Koch round out the top 8 rows with Casper de Bruyne, Jeff de Klerk, Alex Rode Internai and Magnus Danesbo rounding out the top 20. So for those that do know of Lorenzo Travisanutto, his credentials as an FIA world ranking, a world champion, 2018 and 2019, won back-to-back FIA, CIK FIA karting OK Senior world titles, and then followed that up in 2021 with the FIA Karting International Super Cup in KZ2 in 2021. One of the other things is that the 2 main engines that Lorenzo has been using, he's been helped and assisted by Sandro Mara this weekend. Well, he's actually on a practice engine now because one of the heads on one of the other engines wasn't really very happy. But 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Travisanutto and Willison on the front row. Lights are out, we're underway. And a good start by Travisanutto into turn 1 as Willison loses out second position through the opening corner. As someone went very wide and nearly had a code brown coming out of turn 2. But Travisanutto hits the front of the field. So who is in second? That is Nielsen in the number 9 as Willison looked up the inside through turn 4. Tried to get through for third place, but unfortunately no room in the inn there, I'm afraid. Into the right-hand hairpin. So it is, at the moment, Lorenzo Travisanutto, Jan Oliver Nielsen, Jonas Vilhelmsen leading the top 3 positions as they come into the final part of the circuit, the double hairpin sector, and then into the 90 right that brings them back onto the start-finish straight. Through the final corner they go, and Vilhelmsen's lost a lot of time. There's been a big roll out of the final corner. 1 over. A big incident at the final right-hander, and that is, I'm not too sure who that was. It could have been Tina Bang Jorgensen. It might have been Tina Bang Jorgensen that was on her roof. So just waiting to see what race control will decide. But there will be a yellow flag situation there. That was a hefty incident. 2 going into 1 did not stick as the number 3 of Jeff de Klerk gets up the inside of Martin Hansen in the 52. So just waiting, and it's red flag conditions. Red flag conditions. Race has been stopped with just over 6 minutes to go. So red flag has been called. A big, and it was Tina Bang Jorgensen, and I think the other driver was Joe Scory in the 171. Had a very lengthy chat with Joe earlier on, and he said, well, I'm not on my own equipment, so they are going to line everybody up on the start-finish straight. So red flag has been initiated, and Tina Bang Jorgensen, she has been feeling a little bit under the weather, but I hope she's okay. So red flag stoppage, and that just goes to show how close it can be. So we are red flag stopped in qualifying heat 2 for Pre2000 groups B versus C after just a lap and a half of racing. after a scary incident involving Tina Bang-Jorgensen and Joe Scory. So we'll keep you updated once I know anything with regards to Tina and making sure she's okay. So red flag at this point in time as the marshalling crew are working at the scene of the incident that just happened a few seconds ago. Okay, just a little bit of an update for everyone in the paddock and also for those watching on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. I've just been informed by our race director that Tina Bang-Jorgensen is all fine, just a little bit shaken up after that incident. So we are going to do a full restart from the original starting grid. However, it will be reduced from 8 minutes to 6 minutes plus an additional lap. So they will do a full-blown restart, as I've been informed by the race director. So the original grid will go back to very, very shortly. But the main thing is that I'm so glad to hear that Tina's okay. She, as I said earlier on, she has been feeling a little bit under the weather. So we'll be getting back underway very, very shortly with a full restart for qualifying heat B versus C for 6 minutes plus an additional lap on the reduced timer on the counter. So the drivers are making their way through to the final sector of the circuit. So we'll be back underway very, very shortly indeed. So some drivers opting to weave from side to side to check the steering's all okay. And also maybe get a modicum of temperature into the front tyres. So we are back underway after the red flag stoppage. And again, oh, dearie me, that's getting a bit close and hairy through into turn one. I did see Jonas Villertsen very much under pressure as Lorenzo Travisanutto has Enrico Gafka in the number 17 swarming all over the rear bumper at the moment. Then we've also got Michael Engström Christensen now looks to be in third place. Jonas Villertsen again just seems to have a couple of dramas in this race. He's currently running P4 at the moment, behind the number 30. But Lorenzo Travisanutto being closely followed by Enrico Gafka. Jan Oliver Nielsen rounds out the top three ahead of Jonas Villertsen and Michael Engström Christensen. So third, fourth and fifth really hotly contested. Michael Juncker in the number 47 looks to be very, very quick as well. Currently running P6, but Travisanutto only having just over a tenth of a second advantage over Gafka, who's just put in the new fastest lap of the race, and Gafka closing in under braking is under braking, going up the inside of Michael Engström Christensen, with the back end snaking under braking was the number 9 of Jan Oliver Nielsen. As Engström Christensen returns the favour and retakes the place back. But now they've got Michael Juncker in the number 47, whilst Gafka trying to battle away with Travisanutto. Well, Willitson has got them through, and now Oliver Nielsen gets through on Engström Christensen, a retake of fourth place. But Travisanutto now needs to start pulling away and see what he can do to try and keep in front of Enrico Gafka. So Travisanutto, Gafka covered by 2.5 tenths. Willitson in third, and so is the number 1. Oh, that's the 157. Aldin Larsen, I've just seen a little bit further back. He's closing in on the number 48 of Alan Hansen. And they've got the number 80, Michael Engström Christensen. And also Jan Oliver Nielsen in the number 9 in front. At the back end of that train is the 131 of Jesper Kihlstrup Egevad. but with 1:45 on the timer to go. Oh, we've had a big incident into the 90 left. Heading into the next right-hand hairpin, I see 5 karts involved. And that is cats amongst the pigeons right about there. So 5 drivers will not be making it to the end of this race. We've still got 1.5 minutes left on the timer as Travisanutto leads out of Gafka by nearly 0.4 of a second. Jonas Willitsen is a further 1.7 seconds adrift in P3. There's going to be quite a lot. There's going to be a lot of repair work needed between now and the next heat. If they are in Group C, Group B will have already done their 2 heats so far. Oh dear, I've spotted quite a few casualties that might not be making it through. Jan Oliver Nielsen, Alan Hansen, Magnus Dannesborg, Martin Hansen, Jeffrey de Klerk, Torben Koch rounding out. There is literally, that corner is going to be nicknamed Carnage Corner after what just happened there. But Enrico Gafka keeping Lorenzo Travisanutto very, very honest indeed. We've got 25 seconds on the clock, and Travisanutto has a lead of just over 0.3 of a second ahead of Enrico Gafka. And when I spoke with Lorenzo and also Martin Christensen from Team Brask earlier on today, they said, well, it's probably costing us the best part of 0.3, maybe half a second in terms of pure flat-out pace, in terms of engine speed and also performance. So Lorenzo just doing everything he can, just keeping it all tracking true. So yeah, Jan Oliver Nielsen out, Alan Hansen out, Magnus Dannesborg, Martin Hansen, Jeffrey de Klerk, and Torben Koch out of the race, I'm afraid, on lap number 4. We're on lap 7. So it is still the battle between Travisanutto and Gafka for the race lead. And mechanical black flag is being shown to the number 60. Angelo Giorda rounding out second place. Rounding out 7th place. As next time around, I'm sure we will have the checkered flag. So, Angelo Giorda's exhaust very, very noisy, and has just been passed by Joe Scory in the 171, the man from Norwich. It's going to come down to the wire. Kate, yes, Tina is absolutely fine. A little bit shaken but not stirred, in the words of James Bond, but she's absolutely fine. So Lorenzo Travisanutto is going to try and just keep Enrico Gafka at bay, and has done so for the last few laps, including on the restart. And the Italian, the number 90, Lorenzo Travisanutto, out of the final corner, will pick up the win in Heat 2. Groups B versus C in just a lap's time. That's one thing I'm getting. That's the thing. Like, we have final lap, and then I get confused by the timing. So what we've got is the cross, the black cross on the yellow flag is last lap. However, that has really embroiled a little bit of a battle between. 131 has just been passed, I think, by the number 171. That's Joe Scory. Joe Scory has just fired it up the inside of Jesper Kilstrup Egerbot and is now going on the offensive against Nick Madsen coming out of turn number 4. And Scory's going to throw it to the outside. He's going to give it a shot. He's got round there. What a move from Joe Scory, 2019 F100 champion in his respective class. We had a talk about the fact of, I went to Buckmore Park to get an understanding of night racing, and he said, yeah, you probably saw the fluorescent side of things, as Travisanutto wins Heat 2 by next to nothing ahead of Gafka by just over 0.3 of a second. Jonas Willitsen takes P3. 4th, it's going to be Michael Engstrom Christensen, who's going to be 5th. It's going to be the 171, isn't it? Joe Scory takes 5th. He did say, I can't overtake. Well, folks, if we, that is just a sign of things to come, around the outside coming out of turn 5. Yeah, he was definitely giving it the berries. He finished ahead of Jesper Kirstrup Egerbart. Nick Madsen rounding out the top 8. Kasper Brun 8th. Kasper Brun 8th. Alexander Matana, Alden Larsen, Michael Juncker, and Alex Roda Inthanai rounding out the drivers that finished 12 after what happened just a few moments ago on lap 4. Angelo Jorda out on lap 7 with a mechanical black flag. Jan Oliver Nielsen, Alan Hansen, Magnus Stanisbo, Martin Hansen, and Jeffrey de Klerk out. Then also we had the big incident early doors with Tina Bang Jorgensen, who was out on the opening lap after contact with Joe Scory, which brought out a red flag stoppage, and Torben Koch, unfortunately, also one of the drivers affected. But that is it for the second qualifying heat, groups B versus C. Next up, we've got the second heat for Pre-89. Well, let's take you through the starting grid for the second and final heat of the weekend for Pre-89. So, Jürgen Schauber and Jan van Handel will be on the front row of the grid. Van Handel pipped Schauber with an audacious couple of moves in the last couple of laps of the opening heat. They line up on the front row. Thomas Frans and Tommy Jespersen are on row number 2 in the 67 and the 30. Offering Nielsen and Kjell Christiansen in the 25 and the 107. Ran out the top 3 rows ahead of Heinz Gockel and Michael Weinheich, who round out rows 4. Thomas Kracht and Torben Larsen round out the top 10 ahead of Christian Helmut Pedersen, Jean-Marc Malisieux, Guy Lagarde, Peter Lieros, Ole Olesen, Bertold Bermel, and Hans Hansen. So in the opening heat, Jan van Handel took the win after 9 laps by just 2 3/4 tenths of a second in the first heat of the weekend. So once again, 8 minutes plus an additional lap. We'll see who will put it on pole position for the pre-final a little bit later on this afternoon. And their pre-final will be at 3:15, approximately local time. We have had a little delay due to the red flag stoppage. If Jürgen Schober can pull the performance out of the bag like he did last time and not have dramas in the latter stages of the race, then we could be on with a very, very good opportunity. Let's have a good race in the books. Right, here we go. Revs rise, and we're underway for Heat 2 for Pre-89 as Jan van Handel looking round the outside, and he got through before the apex at turn 1 on Jürgen Schober. So the field makes its way down into turn 3 for the opening time. And a few side-by-side contretemps are there. And everyone just getting a bit line astern. Ole Olesen in the number 90 with the brightly coloured race helmet. But things are looking rather feisty at the front, because joining race leader Jan van Handel, second place Jürgen Schober, is the number 30 of Tommy Jespersen. And then Thomas Frans is also going to be in the mix in that one, in the number 67. So not too much between the quartet at the front end of the field. But Jürgen Schober looking to quickly get through on Jan van Handel for the race lead. And they're going to be side by side down the start-finish straight. And Schober gets through, retakes the race lead, and also with it, puts in the fastest lap of this race, 66.061. A little bit further back, Thomas Frans gets through on Tommy Jespersen for P3 at turn 3, and goes defensive into the left-hander here at 4. So game on for the race lead, game on for third place. So I haven't seen, coming past the start-finish straight on the opening tour, Torben Lausen, Guy Lagarde and Hans Hansen. But Jürgen Schober leading the way, Jan van Handel in second. And, well, Schober is doing pretty much a carbon copy, but not as early on in the race as we saw last time. Now has an 8/10 of a second lead over Van Handel. A little bit further back, there's Heinz Gockel and Michael Weinreich. They're battling over 6th place. So we still have just under 5.5 minutes to go, but will lightning strike twice for the same driver? And that was Jürgen Schober. Was leading, pulled down a gap, and then whether there was dramas for Schober or whether Van Handel did quite literally have a handle on it. No pun intended there, folks, because the way that Van Handel was closing in on Schober was mighty in the previous race. He's starting to do it all over again as they come out of the final hairpin. Now into the final right-hander. It's the top 3. They were covered by 1.7 seconds after the opening 2 laps. After lap 3, that's going to be less than a second. Make that half a second as diving up the inside and sideways under braking was Thomas Frans. Gets through on the 84 of the Netherlands, Jan van Handel. That was absolute banzai at its best by Thomas Frans, who also put in the fastest lap of the race to boot. 1:02.445 by the man from Germany. And now sees that he has an opportunity to go up and against Jürgen Schober. So this three-way exchange could have quite a few twists and turns in the tail. As that was a bit of a mistake there by Jürgen Schober coming out of the final hairpin. And Thomas Frans was nearly up the inside and trying to get the run through into the final right-hander. Now, what is Thomas Frans going to do? What is Jan van Handel going to do? Here goes Frans up the inside, sideways again. 2 laps, back to back. Slides up the inside, gets the overtake done through turn 1. Schober says, well, hang on, sunshine, I'm not going to let you get away with that one. Tries to dive up the inside through turn 3. Frans having none of it. But a great bit of opportunistic, old-school, sideways karting manoeuvrability from Thomas Frans there, who leads the way with 3¼ minutes to go. Into the next hairpin. Now into the final sector, effectively. The 180-degree left hairpin, then the 180-degree right hairpin. It has caught some drivers out here or there, depending on what class you're running in, and obviously how much experience you've had of the track here at Vojens. But now this is given an opportunity for our new race leader, Thomas Frans, to complete a lap in the race lead and has a 7/10 of a second advantage over Jürgen Schober. In terms of first and second position, Jan van Handel from the Netherlands in the number 84 rounds out the top 3. Frans takes a quick look over the right shoulder to see where Schober is. He goes, oh, I've got a bit of a gap in front of him. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you so much. So, 14 drivers still, well, quite a few of the drivers still running. There are a couple of drivers who have dropped off the end of the grid. Well, Hans Hansen, Guy Lagarde, and Torben Lausen, unfortunately, not making it to the start. We might have some difficulties if it's not with transponders, possibly with karts not partaking in this session. But Frans crosses the line. And over Schober, Frans has a lead of over 1.5 seconds, and that is climbing. Jan van Handel trying to keep the number 12 from Germany very much under his little finger, so to speak. So from 17 projected starters, we've got, I think 12, yeah, we've got 10 laps, 10 karts out on track after 6 laps. Well, Thomas Frans has now come up towards back marker traffic, and said driver in front is Ollie Ollison, who's just pulled to the right-hand side. Gestures to the left saying, right, you're faster than me, go past me. I don't think I'm going to beat you all. We're still with the top 3 covered by so the timer is fast counting down, and we've hit 0. So that 8 minutes are up. So this time around, it's going to be the yellow flag with a black cross signaling the last lap of the race. So that's being shown to Thomas Frans, Jürgen Schober, and Jan van Handel, continuing to run at a frenetic and phenomenal pace. But we are effectively on that final tour of the 1.4 kilometre circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena in Denmark. And Thomas Frans comfortably out in front. Looks like there has also been a change a little bit further back. That might have been for second, so has Jan van Andel got through on Jürgen Schober, because that would have been a repeat of what we saw in the earlier race. So checkered flag being prepared. And heat 2 for Prix 89. 2 different winners from 2 different heats. Gratuliere Thomas Franz from Germany in the number 67. Jan van Handel beats Jürgen Schober for the 2nd time this weekend, finishing P2. Carl Christiansen takes 4th, ahead of Heinz Gockel, with Christian Helmer Pedersen finishing, well, due to finish in 6th. So Heinz Gockel has crossed the line. Ollie Ollison, a lap down off of the leader, has also taken the checkered. So has Christian Helmer Pedersen in the number 31. Michael Weinreich in the number 2. Tommy Jespersen rounding out 8th. And there is another kart or 2, I think, just coming across the line. Berthold Barmel in the number 100. With Ollie Ollison finishing down in 10th. With Jeffrey Ring Nielsen. And we had Jean-Marc Malisieux, Peter Ligeros, Thomas Kracht, Torben Nausen, Gillegard, and Hans Hansen at the back end, the bottom end of the field, after what was a difficult as the scramble to get the karts fired up and pushed out of the dummy grid. Let's take you through the starting grid for second and final heats of the Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix 4, Prix 95. So starting from pole position will be in the number 100 of Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen. Kasper Jeppesen on the number 12 will be alongside on the front row. Kim Stift Ibsen in the 95 will be joined by the 32 of Leif Salom Pedersen on row 2 itself. Kim Engstrom and Giovanni Neri in the number 70 and the 92 round out row 3. With the number 55 and the number 30 of Muggers Magfard Intanai and Paul Larsen. Henrik Ambrink and Michael Edelhart round at the top 10. Head of the 84 of Steen Elkjaer Ring, Ole Andersen in the 61, Per Lankilde Lausen in the 51, Yannick Jorgensen in the 76, and rounding out the field, number 4 of Mia Bach Pedersen. So after this, we will have a another show run, our penultimate one of the weekend, before we head into the final qualifying heats for Pre2000 and Pre2000plus A and B. And that means we have a Schlunzen Travisanutto front row. So 8 minutes plus an additional lap for the penultimate qualifying heats of this year's CKR 100cc European Grand Prix. Drivers told to slow into the tram lines, revs rise, and we're underway. Good start by Travisanutto. There's a couple of drivers trying to get a bit crazy. Oh, one went off and entered into the entry into the pit lane. Oh, that's not exactly how you want to exit stage left on the opening corner, I tell you that much. But Jimmy Travisanutto leading the way. The field making their way through into turn number 4 for the first time. Number 11 getting pressurised. Or was it the number 12, I think. Kasper Jeppesen. But the leaders at the front end of the field. Three-way battle going through into the hairpin at the far part of the circuit. But we come round the final corner to complete the opening lap of this final heat for Pre95, and Jimmy Travisanutto leads by 0.8 of a second. Ahead of Kim Stiftipsen, Giovanni Neri up to third. Ahead of Leif Sarum Pedersen, Kim Engström, Paul Larsen, Henrik Ambrink, Margot Intanai and Michael Edelhart ran at the top 9. Ollie Anderson in the 61 completes the top 10, followed by Mia Bach Pedersen, who started from the back end of the grid, and after the opening lap, she's already up 4 places. A few drivers getting a bit racy, Paul Larsen being one of them, just behind the number 70 of Kim Engström in 5th place. So 3-way scrap from 4th backwards, which make that a 4-way scrap actually. I stand corrected. That's actually for 5th place. Behind Leif Sarum Pedersen. Kim Engström, I think, might be involved in that. And a nice little move there. That was Paul Larsen on Kim Engström. Going through into turn number 1 on the start of lap number 3. There's someone else going for a move. Oh, that was the 55 of Vojens Motorsport Arena on the 147 of Henrik Ambrink from Sweden. And again, Engström just trying to get his elbows out a little bit further back. Kasper Jeppesen versus Michael Edelhart, which I think might be at the bottom part of the top 10 or at 9th place approximately. But Jimmy Travisanutto looks to be commanding proceedings as we head into the final 5 minutes out of 8. His lead could be a bit on the mighty side. Yes, it is. 1.5 seconds. Out of Kim Stiftipsen, who really has a hard-charging Giovanni Net. I think it might be Giovanni Neri, who's going around the outside into turn 3. That's brave. Trying to get the crisscross here is the number 92. And then again, trying to get the undercut through out of 4. But whilst those battle over 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the race leader goes, right, I'm going to pull away. Just try and catch me if you can. A lot of drivers improving on their previous lap time. But Jimmy Fredslund-Dibson leads by nearly 2.1 seconds. Ahead of Kim Stift-Dibson, Giovanni Neri. Paul Larson now puts in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.784. Leif Søren Pedersen, Henry Kambrink, Mogosam Markvad Intanay, Kim Engström, Kasper Jeppesen, and Nibach Pedersen continue to the American top 10 in terms of, well, not celebrities, but in terms of what machinery we might have here. But it could be the case there's going to be juxtaposes. Oh, now someone went over the back over somebody else. It was Mogus Markvad Intanay. And that would have been either over the back of Leif Søren Pedersen or Henrik Kambrink in the 32 and the 147. So Mogus Markvad Intanay not having a good one in the second heat for Pre-95. But Jimmy Fredslund-Dibson leads the way by over 2 seconds as Kim Ipsen in the number 95 puts in the new fastest lap of the race. Meantime, battle for P5. Leif Søren Pedersen and is right with Henrik Kambrink. So Denmark versus Sweden. It sounds like the FIFA European Football Championships all over again in Germany. But it's now just a case of when does the number 32 of Leif Søren Pedersen get through on Henrik Kambrink in the 147. It's going to be easier said than done. It's one thing to chase somebody. It's another thing to completely, chase them down and grab a hold of them. But fourth, not looking too racy. Fifth backwards, however. That's a quartet of karts that I've never seen. So the timer is still counting down and there are still battles to be had, wars to be won here on the circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena for CKR 100cc European Grand Prix. Move has just been facilitated, and that was by the number 12. Kasper Jeppesen on the number 55 of Mogus Markvad Intanay. Still second and third, can't really be separated at the moment. Giovanni Neri trying to close in on Kim Stift-Dibson for that second place, but it's harder than it looks, folks. These karts are completely brutal stopping machines. They can also help a young driver move up into the higher echelons of modern day motorsport. So the timer has eventually counted down to so final lap will be underway this time. We go on to lap 9. So this could be very, very close indeed as Giovanni Neri gets through. Mistake from Kim Stift-Dibson heading into the top right-hand corner on the outside. But this time around, it is going to be very shortly one opportunity for one driver to receive the Checkered flag, then follow that up with the rest of the field. So, Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen takes the win ahead of Giovanni Neri. With Kim Stift Ibsen rounding out the top 3. Paul Larsen, Henrik Kambrink, Sam Peterson round at the top 6. So there we go. That is the end of the pre-95 qualifying heats. So Jimmy Fredslund Zipsen takes the win ahead of Giovanni Neri, Kim Stift Ibsen, Paul Larsen, Henrik Kambrink, and Leif Søren Pedersen. Kim Engström, Mia Bach Pedersen starting from the back end of the field, finishing 9th again. So good work by her. And there you see the rest of the results on your screens. Well, time for our penultimate show run of the weekend, and we'll be back just a few minutes to get underway with the final qualifying heat of the Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix. That's Pre2000 and Pre2000plus, Heat 3, Groups A and B. Time for the last qualifying heat of the 2024 Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix. It's time for Pre2000 and Pre2000plus qualifying heat 3. Groups A versus B. Robert Schlunzen on pole position, Lorenzo Travisanutto alongside on the front row, 22 and 90. Lasse Rolligheid and Jan Oliver Nielsen, number 88 and number 9. Round out row 2, Kasper Stolzer in the 89 will be joined by Enrico Gafke on row 3 in the number 17. Lasse Jensen in the number 77 and Tina Bang Jorgensen due to start 8th in the 77 and the 24 respectively. Mark Risser joined by Joe Scory, 85 and 171. They round out the top 10. Tom Kleingries, Michael Juncker round out row 6 in the 84 and the 47. The number 7 of Dia Schilling and the number 5 of Alexander Matana round out the top 7 rows. David Veseybergen in the number 34 and Angelo Jorda in the number 60 round out row 8. With Tommy Nielsen in the 42, Kasper Brunn in the number 4, Henrik Hager in the number 57, and the 666 of Alex Roda Internay rounds out the 20-strong grid. A little bit of a backstory on Dia Schilling. Danish dad, Thai mum, and has made his return to karting after a 12-year hiatus, which is really, really good to have a different side of things. So he was one of the best Danish kart drivers in the 2000s, actually ran in KF2 at the 2007 World Cup at Karting de Fagne in Marienborg, and was looking to win it, but unfortunately got taken out in the final that year. But it's good to see him back in 100cc machinery, and is one of the other members of Team Brask alongside Lorenzo Travisanutto. So Schlunzen and Travisanutto, a battle I've been anticipating this weekend, and Travisanutto has the opportunity to show the current CKR 100cc Pre2000 champions something to think about, and we're going to get them line astern, side by side into turn 1. Schlunzen does not give way, but oh, someone went around. That was Jan Oliver Nielsen. I think that was the number 9, and also someone else has gone off. That's the number 4, I think. Well, it was a 4 that I noticed. Not too sure who that was, but Robert Schlunzen leads the way. Lorenzo Travisanutto second. Lasse Rolligheid rounds out the top 3. I think Enrico Gafke made it up to 4th. But Jan Oliver Nielsen hitting drama, and that kart is going nowhere. So Jan Oliver Nielsen's going to have to pull that kart to the side of the circuit. The number 9 Techno out of the race early doors before we've even hit the halfway point of lap 1. So Schlunzen leading the way. Travisanutto just keeping it nice and calm and composed in P2. So someone else has had a bit of a moment. So Schlunzen leads the way by 7.5 tenths ahead of Travisanutto. Lasse Rolligheid leads, rounds out the top 3. Enrico Gafke, hot on his heels, is the number 17. Dia Schilling, the second member of Team Brass, now up to P5, ahead of Michael Juncker. So, Jan Oliver Nielsen, and we've had the number 77. Lasse Jensen is off the circuit in the 77 Tony kart. So another drama befalling. Well, I haven't seen Joe Scory break the timing beam, so Joe might not be out on track. I'm not 100% sure. But the thing is, sometimes by trying to close in on the race leader, you don't always want to put your eggs in one basket. And Lorenzo Travisanutto has just taken a little bit of time out of Robert Schlunzen. The gap is now 0.88 of a second. Rolligheid and Gafke going side by side, and Gafke dives up the inside through turn 3. That's 3rd place. So Jan Oliver Nielsen out, Lasse Jensen out. Looks like Tina Bang Jorgensen opted to withdraw possibly, but she is all okay. So Lorenzo Travisanutto does have a win. Schlunzen has a win. Now it's the two drivers that were the fastest in qualifying. Travisanutto said there was more pace in the engine, that he had bolted to the CRG Heron MBM, very much in the ilk and a tribute to the Team MBM crew that ran both Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton in the late 90s, early 2000s. And Schlunzen has a lead now over Travisanutto, which is 1.1 seconds. Gafke trying to close that in now. If you might remember from Heat 2, yes, we had the red flag stoppage, but also the fact that Gafke was closing in and trying to pass Travisanutto, but that did not quite happen. Rodegaard in the number 88, that's the CRG chassis he's running on, closing in on the German in the number 17. And Schlunzen has the fastest lap of the race so far, 59.451 seconds. So down to 16 runners and riders we go. So the gap between Schlunzen and Travisanutto last time was 1.1 seconds. Halfway, and Schlunzen continues to lead. Travisanutto 1.1 seconds behind. Gafke, new fastest lap of the race, nearly 2 tenths quicker than the race leader. So Gafke is starting to pull away as all. Now who's pulling in? That's the 47, Michael Juncker, who is running 6th. As a little bit further up the field, well, there's the 85 of Germany's Mark Risse and the 84 of Tom Kleinkries. So two German drivers battling each other for position and real estate out on the circuit. That is for roundabout, that's for 7th place. It's going to be more than likely 6th after the fact that Michael Juncker has just retired, the number 47. But it's all going to come down to one particular moment, and it's going to come down to the final. The winner of the final, the top 3 in the final, they're the ones that get the trophies at the end of the weekend. So it is a winner-take-all event. You basically gather points as you mean to move up the order. As Gafke has got Holligud right behind, and the number 88 from Denmark, new fastest lap, 59.111. Risse and Kleinkries are still battling away. They've got the number 60 of Angelo Jorda not too far behind either. The good thing is at least Lasse Jensen's able to keep a little bit of shelter. And that's on the Trinitron screen, just directly opposite to the gantry of the P1 Bistro here at the Vojens Motorsport Arena. So coming down to the final 2 minutes, Schlunzen looks over his shoulder. Well, he's let the gap drop a little bit, maybe just to conserve the tyres, because he knows for a fact that Travisanutto will throw everything at him, including the local kitchen sink, given the opportunity. And that'll be in the final later on. So both have got pace. If you might remember last year, Sandro Mara very much in the thick of things. Oh, nice move up the inside of Alexander Materna by Kasper Stolze in the 89. So coming down to the final minute and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap. Robert Schlunzen leading the way and doing a fairly sterling job at the moment. So is Lorenzo Travisanutto. And they come out of the final right-hander. So what's the gap between the pair? 7.5 tenths. Gafke and Rodegaard still battling away over P3. They come through into turns 1 and 2 once again. As more drivers come across the stripe. As this is one of the closest battles in the field so far. So Gafke versus Rodegaard for P3 on the road. And That's where the little jump is. That's where Joe Scory did the best overtake of the weekend so far. Did the old M&M round the outside and got the job done. Joe did say to me this morning, don't worry, Alex, I can overtake. And he definitely proved that in spades, not just to me, but for you people watching at home. Coming down to the final 8 or 7 seconds. As Schlunzen still leads on the 22, Birolart, Rotax powered kart. Also, Travisanutto just under a second behind. So next time around they will get the last lap signal, which will be yellow flag with a black cross saying 1 more lap to go. And there is Dear Schilling in the number 7 kart in 5th place. A bit further back, Mark Rissa has got away from Tom Kleingries. But Schlunzen is just controlling the proceedings at the moment. He said to me earlier on, I know that what I'm going to have to do when it comes to Lorenzo Travisanutto is to save my tyres. So the timer has expired, and last lap underway for Robert Schlunzen in the 22. Lorenzo Travisanutto, Enrico Gafka ran at the top 3. Asiroli Guide rounds out 4th ahead of Dear Schilling. Mark Rissa currently rounding out 6th, if I remember correctly. And he crosses the line ahead of Tom Kleinkries, with Angelo Jorda not too far behind. David Vesiebergen rounding out 9th, ahead of Kasper Stolzer, who completes the top 10. But it has been a mere formality at this moment for Robert Schlunzen. And this time it is going to be, very shortly, the checkered flag as we wait with bated breath because just a couple of corners to go. The 22 Birolart, run by Robert Schlunzen, back in the World Championships in the late 90s, takes the checkered for qualifying heat 3. Travisanutto takes 2nd, ahead of Gafka, with Holligaid rounding up the top 4 places. 5th, Dear Schilling from Team Brasken, the number 7. Mark Rissa in the 85, 6th, ahead of the 84 of Tom Kleinkries. Angelo Jorda in 8th, ahead of David Vesiebergen. Kasper Stolzer rounding out the top 10. Materna takes 11th. Just waiting for a few more drivers still to cross the line. Tommy Nielsen, 12th. Henrik Hager, 13th. Kasper Brunn, 14th. And then last, but by certainly no means least, we're just waiting at the moment, is the number 9 of Jan Oliver Nielsen, whose race came to an abrupt end on the opening lap through turns 1 and 2. The kart went backwards and then it wouldn't restart. But Robert Schlunzen takes his 2nd qualifying heats win of the weekend and goes in with a psychological advantage for the pre-finals. As very soon we'll be getting underway with our first pre-final of CKR 100cc Euro GP for 2024. It's going to be the pre-final for Pre89. Well, time to get underway with the first pre-final of CKR 100 European Grand Prix action for 2024. It's the Pre-89 pre-final, scheduled to take place over 10 minutes. So, after the opening 2 races of the weekend, Jan van Handel from the Netherlands will line up on pole position alongside him will be Germany's Thomas Franz in the number 67. Jürgen Schauber and Kjeld Christiansen in the number 12 and the 107 will round out row number 2, ahead of Tommy Jespersen and Christian Helmer Pedersen. Michael Weinreich and Uffe Ring Nielsen round out row 4 with Berthold Bermel and Heinz Gockel rounding out the top 10. Completing the 17-strong grid will be Thomas Kracht, Peter Lieros from Sweden, Olli Olsen, Guy Lagarde, Hans Hansen, Jean-Marc Malessieux and Torben Lausen. That is your 17-strong grid, and Van Handel really stealing the march in the opening heats, and then it was Thomas Franz that came firing back on all 100 cc's of cubic displacement on that engine to his immediate side on the chassis. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap for this pre-final for Pre-89. Then we'll go into the pre-final for Pre-95 and then 2000 and 2000 plus. After that, we'll then have our last show run of the day, and then we'll get underway with the grand finale, the grand crescendo, the finals a little bit later on. So, who is going to come into the final a little bit later on as the favourites? Well, we've got 10 minutes plus an additional lap to decide all of that here in the Saturday afternoon sunshine in the Danish summer here in Vojens. So, Van Handel and Franz on the front row. They will be controlling the pace as they make their way through the right-hander now into the chicane. So, here we go. Pre-89, pre-final, and there's already been a tussle, one mounting the back of another as they get underway, as the timer starts counting down. So one of the drivers getting a bit caught out on the start as everyone makes their way through turns 1 and 2 for the opening time, into 3. Someone diving up the inside through turn 3. Thomas Franz has got the number 12 of Jürgen Schauber, not right all over his rear exhaust, but in the meantime, leader has slightly scarpered away. There's the number 95 of Guy Lagarde. But, well, the leader, whoever that person is, we're going to find out very, very shortly indeed. I think it might have a feeling it's going to be Jan van Handel from the Netherlands. And has got a big old gap because there's a quartet battling over second. So, through into the opening lap being completed. Your race leader is going to be Jaap van Handel. Second, Thomas Franz looking up the inside of Kjeld Christiansen and sideways as the German puts the, applies the brakes. The back end steps out to the left-hand side. It's a bit like a Stig Blomqvist karting manoeuvre into turn 1. As Jürgen Schauber gets through on the inside of Kjeld Christiansen, who returns the favour on the exit of turn number 3. Very much the case that there's quite a few drivers. Oh, and there's a 3-second time penalty coming the way of Jaap van Handel. Oh, dearie, dearie me. That's not going to go down well. That's going to go down as well as a bunch of cold sick for the Dutch driver, who was leading off the opening lap by 1.7 seconds. But Thomas Franz has pulled away from those battling behind, which is Kjeld Christiansen in 3rd place. Jürgen Schauber in 4th, and Tommy Jespersen rounding out the top 5. Well, someone's a little bit slow, well, has not got the full amount of straight line speed that they need going down into turns 1 and 2. So someone's lost a couple of positions on the fly down the start-finish straight. So that might be Kjeld Christiansen, because Tommy Jespersen has got past Jürgen Schauber. All the 3-second penalties seem to be coming out thick and fast. I think Kjeld Christiansen has just got one himself. So coming up to 7 minutes left on the timer. Oh, Jan van Handel comfortably leading the way ahead of Thomas Frans. So a few of the other drivers towards the back end of the field, it is getting a bit spread out here or there. There's a nice little 3-way exchange. That is for round about 6th position. That'll be Christian Helmer Pedersen, Jeffering Nielsen, and Michael Weinreich. Also Heinz Gockel. Gockel is probably going to be in there. There is going to be a change for position. As a little bit further up the road, there was the number 25 of Jeffering Nielsen, who's a bit further ahead of Michael Weinreich. But Ring Nielsen closing in, and Christian Helmer Pedersen in the... Well, it's not Christian Helmer Pedersen, that's actually the number 25. Yeah, that is Jeffering Nielsen. So it looks like there has been a couple of changes up and down the order. There is the 102, Thomas Kracht, from Germany. And he looks to be ahead of, I think, Berthold Bermel. Then you've got also Peter Lieros. So still some good scraps up and down the order here in Prix 89, as we are slowly but surely coming towards the end of what will be an interesting pre-final in its own right. Jean-Marc Malisieux and Torben Larsen out on the second lap of the race. There is one kart stranded on the inside of the grass off the penultimate hairpin on the circuit. But Thomas Frans closing in on Jan van Handel. There's 25 and 31. That's Jeffering Nielsen and Christian Helmer Pedersen. A bit further back, that is Hans Hansen and Thomas Kracht. They're battling away over the final position in the top 10. Oh, Hans Hansen got it all kind of Scandinavian flick sideways through turn 4. Just literally hit the brakes, and the back end just went, yep, there we go. Step out to the right, why don't you? Going sideways isn't always the fastest way, but it's the most stylish way to get yourself round the corner. With 4 minutes and 30 to go, things are tightening up at the sharper end of the field, because Thomas Frans is closing in on Jan van Handel from the Netherlands for the race lead coming out of turn number 3. And Frans might have the opportunity to go for a move, won't go around the outside at that particular corner, which can be a bit hairy. I think Joe Score is the only person that's managed to pull that move off all weekend long, around the outside on the left-hander, the sweeping left-hander that you're pretty much taking quite heavy, quite high speeds, and get the job done. So we are about to complete lap number 6 of this Pre-89 pre-final, and Jan van Handel still holding nearly a half-second lead over Thomas Frans, with Jürgen Schauber rounding out the top 3. There's the number 30 of Tommy Jespersen. A little bit further back, we've got the battle between Heinz Gockel, who's got past Jeffering Nielsen, and that is for position on track. That is for 5th place. So we are slowly but surely ticking the seconds down on the timer. It's only going to be a matter of time before we see some dramas happening. Well, it is happening because Jürgen Schober has closed on in to those in front because of the fact that Thomas Fans is going to dive up the inside and clatters into Jan van Handel. Oh, dearie me, that was a late lunge, and Jan van Handel's kart is an absolute mess. Franz just dive-bombed up the inside, and that has just given Jürgen Schober the race lead and the advantage going into the final later on today. Oh, that was something I was not expecting. And Jan van Handel from the Netherlands, the right rear was absolutely harpooned by Thomas Franz. I'm not too sure how much damage the chassis of the number 67 from Germany has sustained, but it was quite a hefty whack. So now this means we have got Jürgen Schober plus, I think, is that Tommy Jespersen behind? Yes, it is. So, battle for the race lead between two different protagonists now shows its hand. Well, I know for a fact that there might be a little bit of post-race discussion, possibly, well, there will be a post-race discussion between Thomas Fans and also Jan van Handel. Real shame for the number 84 from the Netherlands. And, of course, yes, these things do happen. It is motorsport. It is dangerous. People do try and make robust moves through, but it looked, I mean, I'm not a race steward. I'm not a race director. But I think it was just, it may have just been the case that Thomas might have decided to go late on the brakes and it didn't really work out. But as they say, you learn from your mistakes in many respects. And Jürgen Schober ahead of Tommy Jespersen. Thomas Fans still running and is running third, but is quite a significant away from this panel here, to the tune of around 4.7 seconds. Then we've also got the battle between, well, that is the battle for the race lead, because Tommy Jespersen is now putting the frighteners a little bit on Jürgen Schober for that race lead and obviously that race win, which will do everything to help his confidence at this point in the weekend. So, final lap underway for the pre-final for Pre-89. And Jürgen Schober ahead of Tommy Jespersen. The gap is 6/10. But Jespersen could throw a surprise, could throw a fly in the ointment, so to speak. As they head into the banked right-hander here at turn 3 for what is going to be the final time. Into the next left. Through the infield section to get them onto the second half of the circuit here at Vojens. But it could come down to the wire. I probably don't think it will do, to be honest, because Schober and Jespersen have had to battle through back market traffic. But the checkered flag this time around will come out and it will wave for another race, well, one of the previous race winners. Heat 1, it was Jaap van Handel. Heat 2, Thomas Kranz. The pre-final, however, goes to Jürgen Schober from Germany. Tommy Jespersen takes second. Thomas Fans takes third. So what a dramatic pre-final for Pre-89 as the last few runners and riders come across the line, one of which will be the 102. That's Thomas Kracht, but Jürgen Schober wins by 9/10 of a second ahead of Tommy Jespersen. Heinz Gockel, Thomas Franz, Thomas Kracht. There is Michael Weinreich in the number 2. So Peter Liaros, we're also waiting for another couple of drivers, Berthold Bermel and Guy Lagarde, who are due to finish 8th and 9th, with Juverding Nielsen finishing on lap 8. Jan van Handel after that contact with, through Thomas Franz out on lap 7. Christian Helmer Pedersen, Hans Hansen, Ole Ollesen, Kjell Christiansen, Jean-Marc Malisieux and Torben Lausen round out the finishing order for the Pre-89 pre-final. Next up is the pre-final for Pre-95. So it's time for the pre-final for Pre-1995, and here is your starting grid. On pole position, it's the number 100 of Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen, with Henrik Ambrink alongside on the front row in the 147. Row 2, it's the number 30 of Leif Søren Pedersen and the number 30 of Paul Larsen, both representing Denmark. It's Denmark and Sweden, row 3, with defending Pre-95 champion Kim Engström in the number 70, joined by Giovanni Neri from Sweden on the number 92 entry. Kasper Jeppesen and the outgoing Pre-89 champion from last year, Mia Bach Pedersen in the 12 and the 4, round out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, both from this very nation itself, Kim Stift Ibsen in the 95 and Sin Alkia Ring in the number 84. Rounding out the 15-strong grid will be the number 55 of Mogens Magfart Intanai, Ole Andersen in the number 61, Michael Edelhart in the number 40, and Yannick Jorgensen and Per Lankilde Lausen. That is your 15-strong Pre-95 grid for the pre-final. So with the gantry by the P1 Bistro very much filled to bursting point, we're ready and steady for the pre-final for Prix 1995. The revs rise. We are underway, and the pole sitter gets a bad start. So Henrik Ambrink gets through and has the race lead. Paul Larson, the number 30, manages to jump up into second position as it's 2 by 2, side by side. Hurrah! Coming out of into and out of turn number 3. And looks like Paul Larson might be leading the number 30, who is a little bit further down the order. Paul Larson has bolted early doors and gotten away quickly. Now into the next right-hand hairpin they go, into the right-hander before the two, what I like to call the big S-bend. Well, it's 2 hairpins, one straight after another. And you've got to be very clinical with how you negotiate these particular corners on the circuit. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap, a little bit of juxtaposing for round 4th, 5th place as they come out of the final corner. Who's leading after the opening lap? Paul Larson. What a great start for the number 30, Giovanni Neri in the number 92 in second. Henrik Ambrink in the number 147 rounds out the top 3 ahead of Kasper Jeppesen. Leif Søren Pedersen, Kim Engström. Oh no! That is big drama. I think that was the 100. I think that was Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen over the back of Kim Engström coming out of turn 3. Oh, that is the defending Pre-95 champion is out. Kim Engström out after contact, following on from Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen, trying to get back out of turn 3, and had unfortunately Kim Engström in his way and went over the back of him. That's not going to sit well. Well, that's definitely not sitting well, just showcasing the body language just then of Kim Engström, but also with what the stewards might decide post-race in terms of any kind of penalty or punishment thereof. But Paul Larson is leading by 1.2 seconds ahead of Giovanni Neri. There are the 2 battling over 4th and 5th. That is Leif Søren Pedersen and Kasper Jeppesen. But look who's closing in. The driver that qualified in the top 10. She's the outgoing Pre-89 champion. Oh, well, Jeppesen got to the inside of Leif Søren Pedersen through turn 5 and got through for 4th. Now they've got Mia Bach Pedersen and Kim Stift Ipsen in the number 4 and the number 95 on the Techno and the OTK respectively. They are closing them down. So Per Lankilausen did not even take part in the race. Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen and Kim Engström out on lap 2 at turn 3. Now this has upset the apple cart, so to speak. Henrik Ambrink in 3rd place, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.224. And was just over a 10th quicker than Giovanni Neri. The gap between them was half a second. It's not even that as all. Ambrink looking up the inside of Neri going through into turn 3. We'll make that turn 4. My apologies there. But Ambrink really fancies his opportunity to get past Giovanni Neri, and if he does that, then it's time to go after Paul Larson. And, well, Jimmy, you know what's even stranger? Kim Engström and Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen were the top 2 in the final at Pre-95 last year. But everyone from 1st to 11th are putting in personal bests. Ambrink goes sub 61. 1 minute 0.929. And he's really got the bit between his teeth. He's going to look possibly to the inside of Giovanni Neri, but might, through at turn 3, might get the run coming into 4, but then it could be, might get the opportunity going through into 5. A little bit further back, Kasper Jeppesen and Leif Søren Pedersen rounding out the top 5. Mia Bach Pedersen has been passed in the meantime. She's now down to 7th behind Kim Stift Ipsen in the number 95. So there is still nearly half of this race to go. And after this one, we've got one more pre-final to go. And then we've got our last show run of the weekend before the big three finals that will decide our Classic Kart Race 100cc Euro Grand Prix 2024 champions. As there is a change, Leifsson and Pedersen up the inside of the final, right-hander on Kasper Jeppesen. That was a great move, and Jeppesen is trying to fire back into turn one. Pedersen defends. That's now bringing Stift-Ipsen and Pedersen into the mix. And this is the quartet battling away over 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. We've still got under 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Sometimes it might be just the case of conserve your tyres a little bit. Don't over-rotate them. Don't go for hell for leather. Don't go 11 tenths and rip everything to shreds. Mechanical sympathy is going to be your friend in this latter stage of the weekend, especially with the finals. But at the moment, Paul Larson in the number 30 is comfortably leading the way. Second, Giovanni Neri. Or is it? Let's have a look. Yes, it still is. And Henrik Kambrink getting a real good run coming out of turn number 2. He's going to dive to the inside here at 3. And that's the change for second. But Kambrink runs wide out of turn 3. Giovanni Neri quickly takes that place back. Great little exchange from the drivers in second and third position. But what this is doing is Paul Larson in the number 30 is just comfortably got the racehorse blinkers on and is not concentrating on what is happening behind. Unless those two, if they were close in proximity to the exhaust tip on the back of his kart, he would then be worried. He would then have to engage his spidey sense, his sixth sense, if you will, and anticipate what the drivers behind are going to do. But the drivers behind him, they are just more interested in battling over second position. Meantime, Kim Stift-Ipsen was looking very racy behind Kasper Jeppesen in the number 12. And now the number 95, Kim Stift-Ipsen, looks up the inside of Kasper Jeppesen through at turn 3. And now might look for, well, he's not going to look for the move in through into turn number 4, considering the fact that Jeppesen's steering was all over the place. He was like left, right, left, right, left, right, trying to hold the car on the racing line and to correct understeer, correct oversteer. So some really, really good battles at the moment up and down the order here in Prix 95 for the pre-final. Yes, we only had, we had that big incident between Kim Engström and Jimmy Fredslund Dibson, but they still have the final. And that's winner take all. At this moment, you might be one of the top contenders. You might be one of the top 2 that finished in the event last year. But it's the winner take all aspect that really makes it interesting here. As Kim Stift-Ipsen powers alongside to the left of Kasper Jeppesen, and the number 12 has to relinquish that 5th place to the number 95. Great overspeed for the OTK of Kim Stift-Ipsen. Mia Bach-Pedersen, well, she's put in another new personal best. There she is, the number 4. Really enjoying the move up to Prix 95. However, Giovanni Neri has got Henrik Kambrink breathing down the back of his race overalls, and more to boot, probably breathing down his exhaust pipe as well. Because we've got a minute to go. I'll probably say that next time around will be on the last lap. Well, 51 seconds remaining on the timer. Leaders coming out of the final piff-paff chicane after the right-hander. Again, Henrik Kambrink looking up the inside. Oh, and clatters over the back of Giovanni Neri. I cannot believe that. If I'm honest, I think that was a bit too much too late there from Henrik Kambrink, but he was lucky he got away with it, because that could have ended up so much worse. Or has it? Right, okay, let's just keep an eye. So, Paul Larson leading by 9 tenths. Giovanni Neri was 9 tenths behind. Yeah, it's dropped Henrik Kambrink, who also, to add insult to injury, just put in the fastest lap of the race, 60.473 seconds on lap 9. So the timer has expired, and the leaders very shortly will be coming around the right-hander onto the pit path chicane. Final lap underway, and Paul Larsen leading by nearly 9/10 of a second ahead of Giovanni Neri. Henrik Kambrink, Leif Søren Pedersen has got just behind, or no, Leif Søren Pedersen has lost out to Kim Stift Epson in the 95 Tony Kart, who has got through for 4th. They're dropping Kasper Jeppesen like a bad habit, with Mirbach Pedersen in 7th, Steen Elkjaring, Michael Edelhart, they round out the top 9. Looks like we still have 11 runners and riders in this. Yannick Jorgensen and Ole Andersen. Ole in the number 61 has just come across the line. So checkered flag waves, and it's going to be Paul Larsen who wins the pre-final for Prix 95 amidst drama and circumstance for the top 2 last year, with Fredland Zipson mounting the back of Engstrom at the outskirts of turn 3 on lap 2, taking them both out of the race. They've got all the big old mountains to climb in the pre-final. Giovanni Neri, despite a slight scare courtesy of Henrik Kambrink, takes 2nd position, Ambrink 3rd. Kim Stift Ipsen taking 4th ahead of Leif Søren Pedersen. Kasper Jeppesen, then we got Mila Bach Pedersen rounding out the top 7. Steen Elkjaring, Michael Edelhart, and Ole Andersen rounding out the top 10, with Yannick Jorgensen due to be the last of the finishers on after 11 laps. Yannick Jorgensen finishing 11th ahead of Magnus Markvard Inthenai, who retired on lap 3, and the biggest one of all, Kim Engström and Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen on lap 2, turn 3. It all went horribly wrong, but Larsen has the advantage going into the final later on. Time for the last pre-final of CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix for 2024. It's the Pre2000 and Pre2000plus pre-final. Robert Schlinsen starts from pole position. Enrico Gafke from Germany alongside on the front row. Denmark and Italy on row 2 with Jonas Villadsen and Lorenzo Travisanutto. Then it's an all-Danish row 3 with Michael Engström Christensen and Deer Schilling. Jesper Killestrup Egerbart and Nick Madsen round out row 4 with Mark Risse and Tom Kleinkries round out the top 10. Alden Larsen, Alan Hansen, David Versibergen, and then we've got Alexander Materna, Angelo Jorda, Kasper Brunn, Lasse Holligheid, Joe Scory, Tommy Nielsen, Kasper Stolzer, Alex Roder Intanai, Michael Juncker, Henrik Hager, Jeffrey de Klerk, Torben Koch, Jan Oliver Nielsen, Lasse Jensen, Magnus Danesbo, Martin Hansen, and I would imagine that Tina Bang Jorgensen will not take part in the pre-final due to the hefty incident on her first heats of the weekend. On this one, it's going to be 12 minutes plus an additional lap. The driver's being told to slow. They will need to get into formation. So if they don't do as they're told, they'll be sent round for another lap. We've already seen that a couple of times in some of the heats earlier on today. And here could be no exception. But they will be the closers of the show. And when the curtain draws in, that'll be it for 2024. Of course, this event very much may have more interest for next year, from what I'm telling, and also a revised date. Obviously, we brought it forward a little bit earlier on the calendar year, bearing in mind what other drivers were doing in terms of retro classic karting. But 12 minutes plus an additional lap. It's Schlinsen and Gafke on the front row. 12 minutes on the timer, and we're underway. Good start by Lorenzo Travisanutto, who slots in behind Jonas Villadsen as Gafke gets mugged. He's lost 3 places on the opening exchange in the first corner. So the number 17 from Germany drops all the way down into... Oh, and Schlinsen runs wide out of turn 3. Villadsen to the outside, heading into 4. And oh no, Travisanutto's around. Travisanutto gets collected in the crossfire. And the number 90 from Italy has to try and push start the Team Brask CRG Heron MBM. And that has spelt disaster for Lorenzo Travisanutto within the opening lap of the race. So Robert Schlinsen having to go wheel to wheel with Jonas Villadsen, who went wide coming into turn 4. And then all of a sudden, Travisanutto did not have the best exit and ended up stationary. As someone else is slowing. Someone else was slowing into the final right-hander. Not too sure who that might be. Oh, Jesper Killestrup Egerbart is the next one that has dropped down towards the back end of the field. As well, it's going to be a free-for-all. Oh, dearie me, Michael Engström Christensen getting through on Jonas Villadsen for second place. And what's more, I've just spotted Deer Schilling, who's running 4th, was second across the line. He's now running P4. So Danesbo did not take the start. Jorgensen did not take the start. Egerbart out on the opening lap. Looks like Travisanutto will have to do a top gear from the rear earlier on. But look at the lead that Robert Schlinsen has got after 2 laps. It was over a second as this changed for P2. Engström Christensen passed by Villadsen. Schilling now gets his head down. And Schilling trying to go around the outside. He gets through. Great move there by the number 7 from Denmark. Part Dane, part Thai, and it could have been a very different story had he not taken a 12-year hiatus from karting. Gafke has got someone to the inside. That's Engström Christensen and the number 80. And then there's the number 14 of Nick Madsen. The fire has well and truly been lit underneath this Pre2000 and Pre2000plus pre-final. But it is, at the moment, the Robert Schlinsen show. Because after the opening 3 laps, all I'm going to say is this. After 2 laps, 3.18 seconds. Now we're going to finish lap 3. Anyone want to take a guess? I'm saying north of 4.2 seconds. Well, okay, 3.2. I was a second off. But the thing is now, it's down to Jonas Vladsen, Dear Schilling, Michael Engstrom Christensen, Enrico Gafka and Nick Madsen. They've got to stop fighting. If they want to beat Robert Schlunsen on his home circuit, 2 very important words there, home circuit. He needs to do they need to do everything in their power to get past. Joe Scory, in the meantime, the man from Norwich, up to 9th and is closing in on Germany's Mark Risser for 8th. So the number 85 is going to find that he'll have a number 171 right behind him very, very quickly indeed. And Joe Scory, not on his own equipment, flew over early to, well, what was it, in the middle of the night. Him and his buddy flew over from Stansted to Billund and then got picked up by Martin Christensen from Team Brass. That just shows the level of, oh, and that's the 85, Mark Risser making a mistake out of turn 3. Oh, he was sideways to the left rear, went onto the dust, and Joe Scory's got him up the inside through turn 4. Meantime, Nick Madsen has just been passed by Alan Hansen for 6th. Oh, we've got a race on our hands here, folks. And Schlunsen he's on cruise control, isn't he? If he falls any further asleep, Robert Schlunsen's going to go straight on at turn 1. If he ends up falling asleep and starts snoring underneath the race helmet. Not that that would happen. But we're 5 minutes into this 12-minute plus an additional lap pre-final. And Schlunsen now leads by 3.5 seconds. Gafka up the inside of Engstrom Christensen. Through into turn 1. Engstrom Christensen's got the run out of 2. Gafka's saying, come on, don't fight me, work with me. Engstrom Christensen is keeping in the wheel tracks of the German in the number 17 kart. Both on Tony karts are those 2. Joe Scory now has another driver that he needs to catch up with, the number 14 of Nick Madsen. And Scory is absolutely flying. Scory just decimated what was a 6/10 of a second gap. And he's got the opportunity to now go through into 7th place. And Joe Scory is not going to chance it yet. He's going to wait until the run out of the final corner and through the piff-paff chicane. And he's going to show a little bit of patience here. Here's the 171. And just behind, Mark Christian Lassirolig battling away. There's Joe Scory through on the inside using clear overspeed. And he gets through on Nick Madsen. That's 7th for the 171. Now the next person he's got to try and close in on is going to be the number 48 of Alan Hansen. A little bit further back, Mark Risser battling away for 9th place with Lasse Rolligid in the 88. So still some battles undecided. And Joe Scory's dropped Nick Madsen like a bad habit. He's gone like, yep, right, hi, bye, see you later. So 4th and 5th, Enrico Gafka and Michael Engstrom Christensen are battling away over 4th and 5th. I'm wondering how much the difference is going to be between, let's have a look, Alan Hansen and Joe Scory. Oh, Joe Scory's within 1.3 seconds of Alan Hansen in 6th place. Enrico Gafka trying to hold off the advances of Michael Engstrom Christensen. And there they are, coming through out of turn number 4. Into this piddly little chicane that you can literally straight line. It's like a sweeping left. And then into the hairpin to the right-hand side. But Robert Schlunsen keeping a calm control over proceedings. And we've lost another couple of drivers, Tom Kleinkries and Michael Juncker, looks to be out of the race. So we are down to 24 drivers, which includes the 666 of Alex Roda Inthanai. So with 4 minutes to go, Schlunsen still holding on to that race lead. Change, however, for third. Dear Schilling gets one put up the inside of him by Germany's Enrico Gafka, and that could be insult to injury now as up the inside. Michael Engstrom Christensen on Dear Schilling through at turn number 3, and that demotes the number 7 from Team Brask down to 5th place. And there's also Alan Hansen closing in. And, oh, well, there has been a change. Nick Madsen has got back past Joe Scory. In the meantime, they're about 0.3 of a second apart. It could be a little bit more than that because Joe Scory's dropped a little bit further back into the clutches of the likes of, I think, maybe Mark Risser, possibly. But I'll wait until the timing confirms that momentarily. But Robert Schlunsen, 3 minutes away from what has been a clean sweep of the weekend so far. John Pizarro, pole positioning. Heat 1 victory, Heat 3 victory, and now he is leading by nearly 2.89 seconds as here comes an attack up the inside. And that was on the number 14 of Nick Madsen. So, and they have got, that's Joe Scory just in front. So Lasse Holligheid now in what is 9th place. Joe Scory in 7th. Well, was showing 7th according to the timing. Might be 8th now. Oh, and Lasse Holligheid nearly goes up the inside of Joe Scory. And Joe admitted to me earlier on, he said it is tough because I've never run on this circuit before. I'm on completely alien equipment to me, as in it's not my kit, and he can only say praises about how the community have helped allow him to compete, and obviously with his good lady Hayley allowing Joe to come over to Denmark and compete. Is you know, we all have passions in our lives. Family is one. All Lasse Holligheid gets through on Joe Scory, and Scory is not hanging about. He's wanting to get something done. Now, is he going to try his throw it around the outside? No, he's going to go to the inside. Did he get through is the key point. No, he didn't. He got the run, but had to back out of it. Discretion being the better part of valor for the 171. Hayley saying, first time Joe has been patient. I'm not even going to say any more. I think you've summed it all up there, Hayley, 100%. And I hope Annabelle is, if she's sleeping, that she's nice and calm and sound at the moment, or if she's watching, that she's cheering on Daddy. But we're coming down to the final 45 seconds, and there is Nick Madsen, who is currently in 9th behind Joe Scory, and then we've got Lasse Holligheid just in front in the number 88 kart, the CRG, judging by the livery. It still battles up and down the order. Enrico Gafka, new fastest lap of the race on lap 11, 59.232. As we saw Lasse Jensen, who had the dramas a little bit earlier on in Heat 3. Currently running at the moment in 15th place as the timer is counting down. However, the battle between numbers 59 and, well, I think it was number 14. Last lap underway, and Robert Schlunsen has a lead over Jonas Willidsen of 2.9 seconds, there or thereabouts. But there is the battle between Dear Schilling in the number 7 and Alan Hansen in the number 48. But it has been, as I said, it has been a mere formality at the front end of the field. However, behind, anyone got a hot knife I could plunge through some cold butter right about now, because I'm on a little bit of tenterhooks, because Jonas Willitsen and Enrico Gafka was half a second apart after lap 12 was completed. But Robert Schlunsen is now going to win. So Robert Schlunsen continues his clean sweep here in the Pre-2000 category for CKR 100cc. He wins after 13 laps of this race with a 2-second advantage over Jonas Willitsen. Enrico Gafka rounds out the top 3. Michael Engstrom Christensen, Dear Schilling, Alan Hansen, Lasse Holligade and Joe Scory round out the top 8. Nick Madsen and Mark Risse round out the top 10. With Alden Larsen, Angelo Jorda, Martin Hansen, Lasse Jensen, Kasper Stolzer, Jan Oliver Nielsen, Alexander Matana, and Kasper Brun, rounding out the top 18 out of what I think was 29 drivers in that race. And we'll have the rest of the results on your screen very, very shortly. Well, that rounds out the pre-final stages of Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix for 2024. And before we get the finals underway, we've got one final bit of ASMR for you folks at home and for the folks here at the circuit. Is our final show run of 2024 for Classic Kart Race 100cc Euro Grand Prix 2024.
And a short announcement for the pre-final, Pre-89. You'll start in 10 minutes. 10 minutes for start for the pre-final. Pre-final 98. Pre-98, you have like 5 minutes to get to the final. This will be the last call for the pre-final Pre-98. Please go to the lineup. Of course, I fucked up again.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Pre-89 final. Let's take you through the starting grid as who will become our new Pre-89 CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix champion. Jürgen Schauber starts from pole position and will be joined by Tommy Jespersen on the front row. Heinz Gockel and Thomas Franz will make it an all-German row 2, with Thomas Kracht joined by Michael Weinreich on row 3. Peter Lieros and Bertold Bermel rounding out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10 will be Francis Gillagaard and Denmark's Uffe Ring Nielsen. Jan van Handel and Christian Helmer Pedersen round out row 6 ahead of Hans Hansen, Ole Olsen, Kjeld Christiansen, Jean-Marc Malisieux and Torben Lausen rounding out the 17-strong grid. So 12 minutes. Right, somebody's already gone off out of turn 3. Didn't quite catch the number, but someone was definitely having a car that was not being compliant and might have been breaking down. So last year the champion was Meerbach Pedersen, who will follow in her footsteps in 2024. Stick with us for the roller coaster ride that is Pre-89, and we'll find out together live here at the circuit and also live on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. So the field makes its way out of the final right-hander through the small chicane into the tram lines. The Pre-89 final. Is it underway? Yes, it is, as the timer counts down. And Tommy Jespersen round the outside of Jürgen Schauber through the opening corner to take the race lead early. Keep your eyes on the 84 of Jan van Handel from the Netherlands, who was very, very quick in the opening heats, and obviously in heat 2 got collected. Oh, and that's the 95 around. Gillagaard, the French driver. Unfortunately, that was going into turn number 4, and the French driver might not be taking any further part in this final, having started down in 9th place. But Tommy Jespersen and Jürgen Schauber look to be controlling proceedings, as Schauber might have just gotten through at the final hairpin on the opening lap. Yes, there has been a lead change, and it is going to be Jürgen Schauber who leads for Germany out of Tommy Jespersen as they come across the line to complete the opening lap. But Jespersen back up the inside, through into T1, retakes the race lead. Heinz Gockel, Thomas Franz, and get this, from 11th at the start, and now on lap 2, is up 7 places. Jan van Handel is definitely flying up the order and making mincemeat of the opposition. As a little bit further back, Kjeld Christiansen battling away with the 102 of Thomas Kracht. Then behind them, they've got Hans Hansen in the number 10. As Jan van Handel was nearly 1.4 seconds behind Thomas Franz in the battle for 4th place. And now it's really closing up between the quintets at the front of the field. So Jespersen still leads, Schauber 2nd, Gockel 3rd, Franz in 4th, and Van Handel in 5th. Last time around, they were covered by nearly 3¼ seconds. So Jespersen, Schauber, Gockel, Franz, Van Handel, new fastest lap, and the top 5 covered by 2.1 seconds. Van Handel pumps in a 63.799 second lap time. As a little bit further back, I think that was Kjeld Christiansen and Jean-Marc Malisieux going through into turn 3. The for the top 5. This is going to be an absolute slobber knocker. It's going to be a really, really dynamic and exciting affair at the sharp end of the field, because Jespersen still leads the way as the leaders come into... Oh, and Van Handel nearly trips over the curbing, trying to get through on Thomas Franz. Remember, they had caught that. Well, Franz accidentally took out Van Handel through turn 3 with a few laps to go in the pre-final. So Jespersen, Schauber, Gockel, Franz and Van Handel. Now they're covered by nearly 3 seconds, but there's still 8.5 minutes to go out of 12. So Ole Olesen, well, deciding, you know what, I've had a couple of races, I'm going to leave it as it was and put my little baby back under covers. So good to see Ole taking part in qualifying this morning, and also the 2 heats. But Jürgen Schauber is really menacing. He's hustling along Tommy Jespersen for the overall race lead, as we've got 2 coming into contact with one another. And that is, where on earth is that? I'm trying to locate where that is. That is going to be, 41, Torben Lausen. And who else was it? Was it possibly Juffe Nielsen, I think, maybe, in the number 25? As Jespersen keeping Schauber at bay for the race lead. Gockel, Franz, Van Handel, another new fastest lap by the Dutchman. And now is 2 and a bit tenths away from trying to get through for 4th place. It could have been Peter Lieros in the number 96 that might have been the other driver involved in that incident just a few seconds ago. However, Tommy Jespersen starting to pull a little bit of an advantage over Jürgen Schauber. Jan Van Handel closing in on Thomas Franz. Oh, this is going to be very, very close indeed between the German and the Dutch driver, as Van Handel again tries to look for the opportunity to get through the penultimate hairpin, but this time thought better of it. Went, well, once, twice, shame on you. Once, twice, do it twice, shame on me. So Van Handel's going to have the opportunity of the slipstream down the start-finish straight. If anyone might remember, Thomas Franz's Banzai overtakes up the inside at turn 1. Are not going to be as useful in a longer race like this, but Franz is getting ever closer to Heinz Gockel in the number 27. And there's Van Handel looking up the inside through at turn 4. Stumbles over the curbing, but he's going to be wheel to wheel. Inside line for turn 5 for Van Handel. Is he going to get through? Yes, he is. That's 4th place for the Dutchman. And now he's got to just be a little bit conservative. Just wait for the opportunities to present themselves. And as soon as he got out of turn 5 and into 6, then into 7, he's managed to say goodbye at the moment to Thomas Franz. But we know how quickly Thomas Franz can make a move on you, as Jan Van Handel found out in the pre-final earlier on. Jürgen Schauber trying to get close and personal with Tommy Jespersen for the race lead. And is Schauber going to go for the inside line? Jespersen cuts that off quickly. And now Heinz Gockel has got Jan Van Handel behind him. Another attempt possibly for the race lead into turn 3, not quite, but third's going to go the way of Jan Van Handel. Van Handel's got through on Gockel. That was a great move by the 84 from the Netherlands. So, Van Handel taken out of the pre-final inadvertently through a major incident involving Thomas Franz, and now is 2 positions away from hitting the front of the field. And we are 5 minutes to go. So Van Handel has really made great work through this race, being strategic, using discretion as the better part of valor, and now he's putting the frighteners on Jürgen Schauber. Now these 2 battled in the opening heats of the weekend, and now look at the double toe the Dutchman's getting. Into turn 1, does he decide to chance it? No, he doesn't. Good call there by the 84. New fastest lap by Handel in the meantime, 63. Oh, he's dived up the inside. He's used it again. Done exactly the same move, this time to Jurgen Schober. And Jan van Handel from the Netherlands is up to second. Now it means it's immovable force versus unstoppable object. And at the moment, the unstoppable object is Jan van Handel. And now Tommy Jespersen realizes who he's got behind him. Into the next right-hander at 7. Now into the left-hand hairpin here at 8. This could be very, very close indeed. Van Handel's diving up the inside. Through at 9. And now it's a cross-back attempt by Tommy Jespersen. But Jan van Handel from 11th on the grid with 3.5 minutes to go now leads the Pre-89 final. All bets are off. Jespersen trying to dive up the inside of Van Handel. Through into turn 1. Cannot make the move and loses out a lot of momentum. Thomas Franz, in the meantime, decides to dive up the inside of Heinz Gockel. Backs out of it and loses a lot of momentum. Meantime, Jurgen Schober's trying to get past. Through on Tommy Jespersen for second place. He knows that time is not on his side. The seconds are ticking away. Is up the inside. Tries to go Heinz Gockel through 6. Now into the right at 7. Into the turn 8 left-hand hairpin. And now Jan van Handel he's pulled a gap. This could be the breakaway the Dutchman in the 84 needs. And Jespersen again, holding off Schober. Van Handel another new fastest lap. He's 1.5 seconds up the road. That could be game over. Thomas Franz through at turn 2 on Heinz Gockel. That is for 4th place. But Jan van Handel has really, really grabbed this Pre-89 final by the scruff of the neck and shook it violently and has got his way. But what a drive it's been from all the way back outside of the top 10. And Jan van Handel is just calmly doing the business at hand. And we only have 9 drivers on the circuit. Berthold Bermel from Germany in the number 100 has crossed the line to complete lap 9. Jan van Handel's just about to complete lap number 10, and that includes the quartet behind him. Yep, 2 seconds. It's game over for the rest, but now it's the battle for the last 2 steps on the podium. Tommy Jespersen holding on to second, ahead of Jurgen Schober and Thomas Franz. And Franz was very close to the back of the number 12, going through into turn number 3 as we head into the final minutes of this class's race meeting. There's Kjeld Christiansen in the number 107, rounding out the top 6, ahead of Uffe Ring Nielsen, Hans Hansen and Berthold Bermel, Jean-Marc Malisieux, Thomas Kracht, Peter Lieros, Torben Lausen we lost on lap 3, Michael Weinreich lap 2, Guy Lagarde on the opening lap of the race. But with about 15 seconds to go, as Berthold Bermel gets the blue flag shown his way. So it was 13 seconds to go on the timer. And Jan van Handel has a lead that is very much at this moment in time unassailable. 2.4 seconds. P2 and P3 hotly being contested. 1 driver from Denmark, 2 from Germany. And this is going to seal the deal. Jan van Handel has just been allowed past by Berthold Bermel from Germany. And the next time around, it's going to be 1 more lap to go for the Flying Dutchman. Jan van Handel in the number 84 is going to see the sign that he needs. But there's been dramas for second. Well, there's been dramas possibly coming in the way for second position. Jan van Handel goes on to the final lap of the race. Pats the right side as Tommy Jespersen holds on to second. Jürgen Schober third. Thomas Franz in fourth. And now this could be the opportunity where someone's going to put it on the line. Franz looks for a dive up the inside of Schober. Schober through into turn 3. No room there for the 67 to get through. And now he might have the opportunity if he plants it on the inside through at turn 5, but was not quick enough to facilitate that. So the rest of the top 4 squabbling over the scraps on the Sunday afternoon dinner table, even though it is Saturday. One driver is going to be absolutely jubilant. Managed to get a win and a top 3 position in the heats. But it's going to be victory. Mia Bach-Pedersen in 2023. 2024, Jan van Handel wins and becomes the CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix Pre-89 champion, starting 11th and finishing top of the podium in first, winning by 3.5 seconds, ahead of Tommy Jespersen and Jürgen Schober. Thomas Franz, you're going to have to come back next year and give it all another try, finishing 4th at the end of 13 laps. Heinz Gockel in 5th, ahead of Kjeld Christiansen, as we are waiting for some other drivers, I'm sure, to arrive at the out of the 9 drivers that will be finishing. Uffe Ring Nielsen, the number 25 from Denmark, takes 7th. Hans Hansen from Sweden in the number 10 will take 8th. Ahead of Berthold Bermel in the number 100 from Germany, who rounds out the 9 finishers. But Jan van Handel becomes your 2024 CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix Pre-89 champion here in Vojens. One final down, 2 to go. And now we turn our attention to the Pre-95 final, scheduled to take place over 12 minutes. So from pole position, it's going to be Paul Larsen in the number 30 from Denmark. He'll have Sweden's Giovanni Neri alongside on the front row in the number 92. Henrik Kambrink and Kim Stift-Ipsen in the 147 and the 95 round out the second row. Leif Salon Pedersen and Kasper Jeppesen in the numbers 32 and 12 round out an all Danish row 3. Mia Bach Pedersen and Sten Elkjær Ring in the numbers 4 and 84, round out row 4. Completing the top 10, Michael Edelhardt in the number 40 and Ollie Anderson in the number 61. Yannick Jorgensen in the 76 starts 11th, ahead of Vojens Motorsport Arena in the number 55. With the defending Pre-95 champion, Kim Engström, starting all the way down in 13th in the number 70. He'll be joined by last year's runner-up, Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen in the 100, with Per Langil de Lausen due to start 15th in the number 51, representing Denmark. Well, drama in the pre-final with the winner, last year's champion, and the runner-up inadvertently coming together on lap 2 out of turn number 3. But now they've got to do something that they thought they wouldn't have to do, which is to fight their way back through the field to get to the sharp end of the grid. So all I can say is this. If Jan van Handel can do it in Pre-89, you can bet your bottom dollar that Kim Engström and Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen will do exactly the same here in the Pre-95 final. However, you've got quite a lot of good pedalers in this race, including our front row. But how will the pace be dictated? That will be done by the front row when they take us through into the tram lines and the lights go out. So 12 minutes to decide our Pre-95 champion. Will Kim Engström defend his title in the next 12 and a bit minutes? Let's find out as we get racing. Good start by Henrik Hambrink, who goes up the inside of Giovanni Neri, behind Paul Larsson, who holds on to the race lead as early doors. It's going to be a possible lunge from safe Leif Pedersen, but did not get through on Giovanni Neri, who is trying to get back at the 147. At the back end of the field, a couple of stragglers, including CKR in the 84. But the drivers making their way out of turn 5 into 6. And someone's definitely got the elbows out and is making the engine sing all the way up to close to 20,000 RPM. But at the moment, Paul Larsson, look at the gap he's got, and we're not even after the opening lap yet. Paul Larsson is flying, and his lead, get this, 1 3/4 seconds as Henrik Hambrink and Giovanni Neri all side by side through at turn 2. And Leif Pedersen is going to mug the pair of them, is he? No, he's not. Nearly got 2 for the price of 1 coming out of turn number 3. But Giovanni Neri, a little bit of contact, right front to left rear, and they're wheel to wheel, they're banging panels, and that's it, up and over, and another drama there for the number 95. Oh, it's all kicked off. Giovanni Neri out. Leif Pedersen might be out, the number 95 of Kim Stift Ibsen, and also that was the number 12 of Kasper Jeppesen. Oh, dearie me, Kim Stift Ibsen, please keep your temper under control. I'm sure that someone will be probably going over to have a quick word and just sort of say, right, this is not the place, this is not the time. It's an incident, it happens. One incident happens and it carries on with a domino effect. So, Paul Larsson is trying to get away and scamper into the local Danish countryside. Well, he's 2.3 seconds up the road from Henrik Hambrink. Vojens Motorsport Arena up to 3rd. As Ollie Anderson gets through on Mirbach Pedersen. Or no, that wasn't. That was the number 40, Michael Edelhardt. They're battling over 7th position. So get this. 4th, Kim Engström. 5th, Jimmy Fredslund Ibsen. So now, from where they started, 13th and 14th respectively, both of them have gained 9 places apiece. Oh no! More dramas, more drivers going over the back of somebody else. And I didn't quite catch the number there in the hairpin. So somebody else has caught strife by going over the back bumper of somebody else, this time through turn 6. So as, right, now this is interesting. Kim Engström let Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen pass, who's just put the fastest lap of the race down. So the number 100 has just put in a 1 minute 1.4, 1 minute 1.86 for the defending Pre-95 CKR champion. Oh, someone's got a very noisy exhaust. That was Steen Elkjaring, who might be pulled for a mechanical black flag. That exhaust is very, very noisy, so that might be, the baffles might be broken on it. But now the thing is that there's less pressure in some respects on Kim Engström and Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen, because they have already finished first and second on the podium. But Fredsland Ipsen wants to get things sorted out and go one better, go to the top step of the podium. And what's more, I can't believe this, after being let through by Kim Engström, Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen is now the fastest driver on track. He's just put in a 1 minute 1.114. That is a second quicker than the race leader, who is 4.7 seconds up the road. And now, Vojens Motorsport is going to find that the 100 of Fredsland Ipsen is now going to get past him. Looks like it might be Michael Edelhart that has just retired from the race. So 4 karts out on the second lap through turn 4. And then Edelhart over the back of, I think, Steen Elkjaring, whose exhaust was completely noisy as hell, coming across the start-finish line. Right, here we go. This is going to be the move for third. As Motorsport gives him enough racing room and tries to fight back at him through turn 2. But there's Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen through for P3. Motorsport that was a bit too, I think it was a bit too overzealous by the 55. Tried to late break into turn 3 and nearly clattered into the back of the number 100. That's not what you want to do in something as important as this. So Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen now 3 seconds away from the race leader. Maybe not even that. So Kim Engström currently sitting in 5th place. His last time round was 2.5 seconds behind Fredsland Ipsen in the 100. But at the moment, Paul Larsson leads after 6 laps. 6/10 ahead of Henrik Ambrink. But how far behind is Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen? Get that to the best of nearly 2.4 seconds. And now, Larsson is looking to see where Ambrink is in terms of proximity. A bit of adjustment on the right-hand side for the 147. Sometimes can be due down to the carburetors. But this is getting closer and closer still. The number 100 from Denmark, rounding out the top 3. Last year's runner-up is gunning for that top step of the podium. We've got 5 minutes to go. And Ambrink is closing in on the race leader, coming through out of what will be turn number 10. So, Larsson looks over the left shoulder. Ambrink is 0.2, just under 2/10 behind. And now the gap between first and third is now 1.5 seconds and closing. The more the time counts down, the quicker that Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen in the 100 seems to be through every single corner, every single braking point, every single acceleration zone out of the turns. Turn, point and squirt, in other words, is what Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen is doing, but there will be a little bit of style, a little bit of panache to help close that gap significantly, and that is being done. So gap last time around was 1.468 seconds between the top 3. I would hazard a guess we might be probably close to half that, maybe 3/4 of a second, maybe even half a second now. Because look at the run that Jimmy Fredsland Ipsen has got across the line. Lap 8. It's 3.5 tenths. Well, stone the crows. Jimmy Friesland-Ipsen put in a 1 minute 3:65 on a couple of previous tours, but he just did a 1 minute .444. And what's more, Paul Larsson's lap time, 1 minute 1.554. Ambrink's lap time, 1 minute 1.567. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. Does Jimmy Friesland-Ipsen get past the two in front? Well, that's going to be a mere formality. I would probably say in the next lap or two, he'll get at least one, or he might get the pair of them. Ambrink defends, going through into turn 9. Now into 10, and the little chicane. But now into towards turn 1. Here we go. Friesland-Ipsen up the inside of Ambrink. That's second. That was calm and cool as a cucumber on that front for the number 100 from Denmark. And at the moment, it's a Danish 1-2. Paul Larsson now having to have eyeballs in the back of his head, having that sixth sense. But here comes Ipsen up the inside before turn 5. That's it. Race lead from down all the way in 14th place. Jimmy Friesland-Ipsen does a Jan van Handel from even further back down the grid. And we have 2 minutes to go. Now he's going to start pulling away. And folks, you won't want to miss what's coming next. It's the last race of Classic Kart Race 100cc Euro Grand Prix 2024. The Pre2000 and the Pre2000plus final is up next. And it's going to put everyone through the ringer. But Jimmy Friesland-Ipsen leading the way by 7.5 tenths of a second. This is another Cinderella story where the drivers, it's going to be 2 in a row that this happened this year, that the driver that has won the race has finished outside of the top 10. I don't think that's happened in quite a long time, but it just goes to show that if you've got the car underneath you, you've got the presence of mind, and you've got the confidence to do so, you will give it absolutely everything. And I think possibly that Henrik Ambrink could be on the verge of maybe coming into strife, because he's got one kart behind him, the number 55 of Vojens Motorsport in the 55, and they are battling for the final place on the podium. So Motorsport Anthony needs to catch up and pass Ambrink. That's going to be easier said than done. Kim Engström won't defend his title for a second year in a row, but a gallant effort to get himself up into what is P5, as that is the number 76 of Jannik Jorgensen letting the leaders through. So we're very quickly running out of time and running out of corners and laps here at Vojens. So the timer now expires this time as Jimmy Friesland-Ipsen comes through into turn 9 for what will be the penultimate time, as the last lap flag, the yellow flag with a black cross on it, signalling the last lap of the Pre-95 final. He just needs to calmly get this kart across the line. But what a Herculean drive. Jan van Handel from the Netherlands, 11th to 1st in the Pre-89 final. Now Jimmy Friesland-Ipsen from Denmark in the number 100 has gone one better. He's leveled it up. 14th on the grid after disaster for both him and Kim Engström. Still the battle wages on for P2. Paul Larsson, our winner in the pre-final, and Henrik Ambrink in 3rd place. Vojens Motorsport Arena and Kim Engström round out the top 5. But what a drive it's been, picking off his opponents like taking candy off a baby. One Cinderella story has hit Vojens this weekend, now another. Second last year, now 2024, Pre-95 champion from 14th on the grid, Jimmy Freslund-Ipsen wins by 4.2 seconds ahead of Paul Larson, who started from pole in the pre-final and a deserving runner-up. And Henrik Ambrink makes it a completely different... I'm going to have a look here. It was Kim Engström, Jimmy Freslund-Ipsen, and Mikkel Alm, who wasn't able to make it this year. Mikkel, hopefully we have you back next year. A completely different top three, apart from one notable difference. Jimmy Freslund-Ipsen becomes the CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix Pre-95 champion ahead of Paul Larson, Henrik Ambrink. And we've got Mogens Magvad Internay, Kim Engström, the outgoing champion, in 5th. Ahead of Mia Bach-Pedersen. Good run by the number 4. Keep an eye on her over the next couple of years in CKR. Ollie Anderson, Yannick Jorgensen, Steen Elkjær round out the top 8. But what a race we've had. But folks, it's time for the big one. It's for the Classic Kart Race 100cc Euro Grand Prix. Pre-2000 and Pre2000plus. The final is up next. So let's take you through the grid for the CKR 100cc European Grand Prix Pre2000 and Pre2000plus final. Looking back at last year, Robert Schlunzen took the Pre2000 title, Stefan Möller took the Pre2000plus title. Torben Andersen and Sandro Moro with the rest of the top three in the Pre2000, with Alexander Matana and Peter Eger rounding out the top three. Could be a very different story here, as we've got 15 minutes plus 15 minutes, and here's your starting grid. Robert Schlunsen starts from pole position, and alongside him on the front row, Jonas Veladsen, Enrico Gafka and Michael Engstrom Christensen, row 2. Dear Schilling and Alan Hansen, row 3. Lasse Holligud and Joe Scory, row 4. Nick Madsen and Mark Rissa round out the top 10. Alden Larsen from Norway and Angelo Jorda from Denmark round out row 6, ahead of Martin Hansen, Lasse Jensen, Kasper Stolzer, Jan Oliver Nielsen, Alexander Matana, Kasper Brunn, David Visbergen, Torben Koch, and then we got Tommy Nielsen, Jeff de Klerk, Henrik Hager, Alex Roda Inthanay, Michael Juncker, Tom Kleinkries, Lorenzo Travisanutto, Jesper Kilstrup Egerbart, and I think we will have 28 carts because we've not seen Magnus Dannesball. And also, for those wondering, Tina Bang Jorgensen is absolutely fine. She's been very, very shaken up after the earlier incident today. So we have what looks to be 14 rows, 28 competitors, and good to see that Annabelle is going to be cheering Daddy on. Great to hear that, Hayley, and good to see Kate, Joe Scory's sis, also watching along. So let's find out, can Robert Schlunsen be beaten on home soil? 15 minutes to see if history can be made this weekend in 2024. They're going to have to put him under pressure early because we come out of turn number 10. 15 minutes on the timer. The grandstand finale for CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix 2024 is go, go, go. And round into turn 1, Schlunsen closes off the door early. And everyone else manages to get through 3 wide at the back. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Very, very close indeed. But Robert Schlunsen is being pressurized. Jonas Veladsen in the number 15, along with Enrico Gafka, are right behind the number 22. Lorenzo Travisanutto, starting from 27th on the grid, starting to make a couple of positions here or there. The 3-time FIA World Karting Champion, you can bet your bottom dollar, is going to start moving at pace up the order. But Jonas Veladsen is going with Robert Schlunsen in the early stages as the two leaders make their way through into turn 8. Dear Schilling and Michael Engstrom Christensen look to be battling away over 4th, 5th and 6th, maybe with the likes of Alan Hansen. But Schlunsen is not too far behind. Oh, someone's had a big old off. That was Dear Schilling coming out of turn number 9 at the hairpin. Schlunsen leads after the opening lap by 3/10. Jonas Veladsen 3/10 behind. Michael Engstrom Christensen. Joe Scory has motored his way from 8th on the grid, and he's now 4th. He's ahead of Dear Schilling, who had that big, big tank slapper coming out of turn number 9. Now, bearing in mind, Joe Scory has not raced this track before. This is not his own. This is not his own. You know, he's not racing on his own equipment. So he is, you would say, at a disadvantage. But what I can say to that, folks, is everyone loves a good underdog. And Mikael Alm, great to hear from you, and thank you for joining us on the live stream. Hopefully we see you next year, buddy. So, well, anyone might thought, is Robert Schlunsen sandbagging? I think he is. I think he's conserving his tyres, and he's making Jonas Veladsen push quite hard. Lorenzo Travisanutto, well, he was 27th at the start. Let's see where he is. He's up to 21st, as Veladsen has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Now he's saying to Robert Schlunsen, we might be on your circuit, mate, but believe you me, there is more to come from my bag of tricks, from my magician's hat. There we see Lorenzo Travisanutto in the number 90. He's just made his way past Tommy Nielsen. So Travisanutto up into the top 20 after the opening 2.5 minutes and a bit. So with Joe Scory is going Alan Hansen. So the 171 and the 48, they're 4th and 5th respectively. Dear Schilling, I think, is currently down. Well, he's actually down in 7th now because Lasse Holligid is now up to 6th. As Alan Hansen up the inside of Joe Scory through at turn 1 for 4th place. Schlunsen's now fired back at Villadsen and has just retaken the fastest lap of the race and has put in a 59.670 second lap time. And who's leading in Pre2000plus at the moment? Angelo Jorda in the number 60, running P10. Second in that class, Alexander Materna in 14th. And who's third in that? Tom Kleinkries in the number 84, rounding out the top 17. As more positions changing. I think Mark Hisser just lost the spot, possibly to Angelo Jorda in the number 60. So that will be a change for 9th overall. So 4 minutes in, 11 to go. Schlunsen is keeping pace, keeping it consistent, and puts in a new fastest lap. The race opens up the gap to half a second. Joe Scory, in the meantime, dives up the inside through at turn 1 on Alan Hansen, and that is 4th for the man from Norwich in Norfolk. But the problem is they are 2.3 seconds behind the driver that occupies the final position on the rostrum. That is currently occupied by the number 80 of Michael Engström Christensen from Denmark. So Scory has got to play the long game. And hopefully he doesn't overcook his tyres. And I do have to say, Kate, Joe's sister, saying, to be honest, it's been a team effort to get Joe there. All of work are watching, friends and family. We are all very, very proud. Well, he's making you proud because at the moment, Kate, he's only one step away from the bleeding podium at the minute. And I'm just waiting to see what the gap is. 2.5 seconds. But the thing is Joe is being hindered, let's say, because of the fact that he's got Alan Hansen and Lasse Holligid. He knew he was up against it, coming here with didn't even turn a wheel on the circuit until this morning. So that just goes to show the amount of dedication that some drivers, you know, you can put them in anything, they're normally rapid. Joe Scory has just said, well, he's actually said to me, he wants to come back next year. He wants to come back here next year, bring his own equipment and be at the top of his game. And that could be something rather interesting to watch. So I've got a message. Jay Fairbrass, F100 UK, spirit of the 90s. Bring your gaggle over here when we do CKR 100cc next year. And let's really, really bring the spirit of the 90s, the F100s, kicking and screaming here to Vojens in multiple different classes, multiple different engines, and bring a whole host of talent here to this particular circuit. Well, Alan Hansen gets past Joe Scory and retakes that 4th place back from the 171. But this is a great battle between someone who is pretty much a novice to this circuit and the equipment he's racing on. They've literally shoehorned the tyres on, the engine, chain, everything. Chassis was built up before they got here. And it was only by a chance phone call with Martin Christensen, who not only is part of Team Brass, but also part of the team here at CKR, gave Joe a call and said, look, we've got an opportunity. You want to come over? Joe went, you know what, let me see if I can make it work. And to see him race on equipment that's alien to him, it's a great opportunity to see what the future of international competition is going to look like. And Joe Scory could be leading that change of the guard in the years to come here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. But Robert Schlunsen, with 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go, has a lead of 1.1 seconds of Jonas Villadsen. However, we are past the halfway point right now. But it's just dependent on the thing is that Villadsen had to put Schlunsen under pressure and kept within 0.3 of a second, I think, of Robert for the first 3 to 4 laps of the race, but it's all kicking off a little bit further back. So improvements on lap times by Jonas Villadsen. Alden Larsen, the Norwegian, who said, well, my English sounds a bit like Petter Solberg. Yes, we definitely found that out. That is the case. His interview's coming up on CKR 100cc social media in the very near future, along with a couple of other interviews. I have to say a big thank you to Jesper Karlsson for joining me this weekend to be part of the, one of the guides in the paddock. We had some great conversations, some of which you'll be able to catch on the VMA, the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. Oh, as we've got somebody off, as that is Lorenzo Travisanutto through on Lasse Jensen, and now the next person on his list is Mark Risser in 10th place. Or no, that was Mark Risser. That was Mark Risser that went off, so Lorenzo Travisanutto has made up 17 places and is now 10th. Well, well, well. Let's have a look at his lap times. 59.663. His previous one was a 1 minute 5. So if Lorenzo can get some clear air, there we go. Lorenzo Travisanutto, comeback driver of the weekend in a final. Jan van Handel, 11th to 1st. Jimmy Fredsland Ibsen, 14th to 1st. Lorenzo Travisanutto has just levelled us up again. 27th to now P10. And there's still 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go, folks. So with 5 minutes to go, just 1/3 of the race remaining, Robert Schlunsen getting his head down, leads by nearly 1.5 seconds. As Jonas Willison, Michael Engstrom Christensen, Alan Hansen and Joe Scory, they round out the top 5. Right, okay, let's see what's happening. Pre2000plus. Oh, new leader, Martin Hansen in the number 52 is leading Pre2000plus. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, Alexander Materna retired on lap 3. We still have at the moment, so looks like we could... Oh, new fastest lap. Bat phone engaged, Lorenzo Travisanutto. 59.369 is the new fastest lap of this race on lap 10. Okay, Lorenzo, right, okay, 4 minutes to go. Lorenzo Travisanutto, 10th place, is now, let's see, let's wait. What's the difference between him? 16 seconds. As, right, Schlunsen knows that, he's probably heard me on the tannoy anyway, cheeky beggar, that Lorenzo Travisanutto has just put in another fastest lap, 59.357. Lorenzo Travisanutto to Robert Schlunsen, 16 seconds. As diving up the inside, that was the number 60, Angelo Jorda on Mark Risser. That is for an overall position, but it's not for the class lead, because at the moment, the Pre2000plus top 3, 9th Martin Hansen. Oh, and let's just have a look here. Angelo Jorda in the number 60, 14th. And Germany's Tom Kleinkries in the 84. That's your top 3 in Pre2000plus with 3 minutes to go. Well, Martin Hansen's going to get a bit of a fright. Well, hang on a second. It has happened because Travisanutto now 8th and climbing again. He's going to push to every single, he's going to literally expend every single bit of mental and physical energy. But you know what? I'm so pleased that we've Sandro Mara joining us last year. And also the fact that Lorenzo comes in. Great to have Dear Schilling back in the karting paddock for the first time in 12 years after KF3 at Karting de Fang. And there is the number, well, that was the number 42 I saw going through shot. And I think that was somebody else, 57, Henrik Hager, putting their hands up, just saying, right, okay, I need to get... So now, back marker traffic coming into play. So the 42 gets out of the way of Tommy Nielsen. So Robert Schlunsen drove in the late 1990s in Formula 8. If anyone might remember his antics at a certain circuit by the name of Val d'Argenton, not too far from Nantes in western France, under German nationality. But of course, as we're now in his neck of the woods, at home, Denmark is the flag of choice for him and the nationality, because he does have a Danish racing license. But with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, I'm wondering whether it could be close. I think Lorenzo Travisanutto could be on for a top 7 finish here, and that would be a Herculean effort. That would be the comeback drive of the weekend so far. But Robert Schlunsen, calm and cool as a cucumber. He knew he had to just literally bite his tongue and wait for the opportunity to present itself to power away. And he said to me earlier on, after I spoke to him about securing the John Pizzardo pole position award, he said, well, yeah, I want to have a really good battle with Lorenzo. We got that, but then Lorenzo got literally turned around in the pre-final as well. Well, got turned around in the pre-final, ending up 27th when the checkered had flown. But you know what they say? Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it occurred, because CKR 100cc Euro Grand Prix 2024 for the Pre2000 finale is coming down to the final few seconds. And Robert Schlunsen crosses the line with 3 seconds on the timer remaining. Lorenzo Travisanutto is 1 step away from getting past the 157 of Alden Larsen, or has he already done so? Travisanutto now up 20 spots. Next time around, when he comes across the start-finish line here at Vojens Motorsport Arena, Robert Schlunsen will have done back-to-back victories in the final here at CKR 100cc on the same Birolot that he used in the late 1990s in FIA Karting World Championship battles. It has been an interesting weekend, and the race day is going to go on to its final lap of the event for 2024. Robert Schlunsen goes on to lap 17. One more tour, 1.4 kilometers. Maybe even less than that separates Robert Schlunsen from back-to-back victories on the number 22 Birolot. On the road, with the Rotax power on his right-hand side. Over the crest, over the jump, through turn 5, into turn 6. Just a handful more corners to go. Have to give credit where credit is due. Jonas Willidsen in the number 15 kept Robert Schlunsen very, very honest. But it was not enough. The winning run continues as Robert Schlunsen, the number 22, out of the final corner. Him and his faithful Birol ART will take back-to-back victories as he becomes, once again, Pre2000 champion. Jonas Willidsen will take second. Third will be Alan Hansen. 10.4 seconds back. Joe Scory got to within a second of a podium on machinery alien to him. And it was a last-minute call-up from 8th on the grid. The boy from Norfolk did good. And family and friends, I know you're proud. Lasse Holligid, dear Schilling, and comeback drive of the weekend. No surprise, Lorenzo Travisanutto, 27th to 7th. Alden Larsen, Lasse Jensen, and your 2024 Pre2000 champion from Denmark, it's Martin Hansen in the number 52. Mark Hesse takes 11th, with Angelo Jorda taking second provisionally in Pre2000 in the number 60, and Michael Juncker in the number 47 wraps up an all-Danish Pre2000plus provisional podium in the number 47. Jan Oliver Nielsen, Tom Kleinkries, David Visberger, Jesper Kjellstrup Egerbart, Kasper Brunn, Turban Koch, rounding out 19th, ahead of Alex Rudder, Inthanai, Tommy Nielsen, Magnus Stanisbro, Henrik Hager, Michael Engstrom Christensen, unfortunately retiring on lap 11, Kasper Stolzer, lap 9, Alexander Materna, lap 3, Nick Madsen, Enrico Gafka, and we had no Jeff de Klerk or no Tina Bang Jorgensen on the grid as they both opted to non-start. But Schlunsen does it again. Well, for those on the live stream on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel, thank you so much for everyone joining us here for Classic Kart Race 100cc European Grand Prix for 2024. Well, you're going to have to keep your eyes on our social media channels at CKR 100cc on Facebook and Instagram. And don't forget, CKR100cc.de is the official website. We'll keep you posted on when the dates will be set in stone for next year's adventure. Until then, a big thank you to all the team behind the scenes. A big thank you to Steffi and Daniel Lampman from Camp Company GmbH, who have been the providers of our live stream this weekend. A big thank you to everyone from marshals, medical, race control, live timing. Also, every single member of the retro karting paddock, the 100cc brigade that has been part and parcel of this weekend. A big thank you to the team also in the P1 Bistro. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you so much for joining us and wishing you all a very, very wonderful rest of the weekend. We'll see you in 2025 for more retro racing Euro Grand Prix action. Good night.